Hello, night listener, and welcome to Little Nightmare. I'm Emma, and tonight I'll be keeping you company to help you fall asleep. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to the channel and leave a comment telling me where you're listening from. Story 1. The first thing I noticed in that gauzy half-light between sleep and waking was the crack in the ceiling. It had been there for years, a thin, meandering black line above my bed that I had traced with my eyes 1,000 times. I knew its path like I knew the lines on my own palm. It started near the light fixture, jagged down towards the window, then hooked left like a lazy river delta. But that morning, it was wrong. The hook was gone. The crack ran straight now, a stark and deliberate slash of darkness that terminated abruptly at the wall. It was a sentence I had memorized, and overnight, a single letter had been erased. I lay there, the downy warmth of the sleeping bag suddenly feeling thin and inadequate, and tried to convince myself I had simply remembered it wrong. The mind plays tricks in the dark, but a cold, sick certainty settled in my gut. The crack had changed. The room was the same, but the map of it was different. This was not my room, of course. This was the main cabin on Blackwater Island, a place of damp wood and the constant, sighing breath of the Pacific through tall, dark pines. I was Lance, scoutmaster of Troop 117, and the 20 boys sleeping in a constellation of lumpy sleeping bags around me were my charge. The air was thick with the smell of adolescent boys, pine resin, and the faint, sweet decay of the forest floor. I listened to the symphony of their sleep, the deep, even breaths of Tommy, the soft snore from Kevin in the corner, the rustle of a sleeping bag as someone turned over. These were the sounds of my life, the rhythms I had built a decade of summers around. I was 38, and these boys, in their chaotic, earnest way, were the closest I would ever have to sons. The memory of the crack lingered, a splinter in my mind, as I rose and stoked the embers in the pot-bellied stove. The iron door creaked, a familiar, mournful sound. Outside, the world was still drowned in the deep indigo of pre-dawn. Blackwater Island was a fist of rock and old growth, forest 10 miles off the rugged Washington coast, a place we came to for a week every summer to test our knots and our courage, to escape the buzz of the mainland. It was supposed to be a sanctuary. Kevin was the last to wake. He was a quiet boy, 15, with a pale, thoughtful face and eyes that seemed too old for his age. He'd been quiet the night before, too. After we'd all gone exploring the island, S1 peculiar landmark, the old marine biology outpost on the northern shore. It was a low, concrete block of a building, abandoned since the 60s, its windows boarded, its purpose vague, in the way of forgotten government projects. We poked around the perimeter, the boys shouting to hear their echoes bounce off the stained walls. Kevin had found a vent cover rusted loose at the bottom. While the others dared each other to throw rocks at the boarded-up door, he wriggled inside. He was only gone for 10 minutes, but when he crawled back out, his jacket was smeared with something dark and wet, and he had a distant, thoughtful look on his face, like he'd heard a fascinating piece of music from another room. Find anything good in there, Kev?" ID asked, clapping him on the shoulder. He jumped, startled, then looked at me with those old eyes. "Just dark," he said. His voice was flat and cold. It smelled like wet metal and salt. Now at breakfast, he picked at his eggs, his movements slow and deliberate. Douglas Ray, a big-shouldered boy with a cruel streak he mistook for leadership, nudged him. "What's the matter, Kev? Catch a cold in that spook hole." The other boys around him laughed, a nervous, brittle sound. Kevin just shook his head, a slow pendulum swing. I saw then what I had missed in the dim cabin light. A faint, reddish rash creeping up from the collar of his t-shirt, tracing the delicate lines of his neck. It looked almost like a map of tiny, branching rivers. "You feeling all right, son?" I asked, keeping my voice low. "My skin feels tight," he whispered, not meeting my eyes. Like it's not mine anymore. The day unfolded with a strange, dual quality. The sun broke through the marine layer, dappling the forest floor in gold and green. We worked on merit badges. The sounds of hatchets biting into wood, the sizzle of bacon over the fire, the easy, stupid jokes of teenagers. It was all so normal, so perfectly, mundanely right. But underneath it, a current of wrongness flowed. I kept catching sight of Kevin sitting apart from the group, staring at his hands as if he'd never seen them before. He'd flex his fingers, slowly, methodically, a look of intense concentration on his face. And the rash was worse. By midday, it had spread to his cheeks, a lacework of angry red capillaries visible beneath his pale skin. It was Douglas Ray who pointed it out to the others, his voice a low, malicious glee. "Look at Kev." He turning into a strawberry. The boys fell silent, staring. Kevin looked up, and for a second, I saw not embarrassment or anger in his eyes, but a profound and unsettling curiosity, as if he, too, was a spectator to the changes in his own body. The first real sign came that evening. We were gathered around the campfire, the flames painting our faces in shifting masks of orange and black. I was telling a ghost story, something hokey about a hook-handed man, when Kevin began to cough. It wasn't a normal cough. It was a wet, guttural sound, deep in his chest, and it ended with him spitting a thick, dark phlegm into the fire. It sizzled with an unnatural intensity, and for a moment, I caught a whiff of that same smell he described from the outpost. Wet metal and salt, but amplified coppery, like the smell of a butcher's shop in the summer heat. Then he started scratching his arm. At first, it was absent-minded, but it quickly grew frantic, his nails digging into the flesh of his forearm with a ferocity that made my own skin crawl. "Kevin, stop that," I said, my voice sharper than I intended. He didn't seem to hear me. He tore at his skin, and with a sickening, wet rip, a long strip of it peeled back from his wrist to his elbow. But there was no blood, not in the way there should have been. Instead, a thick, black, viscous fluid welled up, glistening in the firelight. And beneath the torn skin, something moved. Something that was not muscle or tendon, but a pulsating, oily mass shot through with threads of iridescent silver. The circle of boys broke. There were screams, shouts of disgust. Douglas Ray stumbled backward, his bravado gone, replaced by raw animal fear. Kevin looked down at his arm, his head cocked. He didn't scream. He didn't cry out in pain. He prodded the black substance with a finger, and a sound came from his mouth that was not a word, but a low, chittering hum, like the vibration of 1,000 insect wings. "Get back," I yelled, my scoutmaster voice finally cutting through the panic. Everyone back to the cabin. Now, we ran. The dark woods, once a place of adventure, became a tunnel of clawing branches and treacherous roots. I heard the boys sobbing, their breath coming in ragged gasps. I looked back once. Kevin was standing by the fire, perfectly still, watching us flee. The black substance was spreading from his arm now, crawling over his shoulder, up his neck. It looked like living tar, consuming him, reshaping him. And from the center of that darkness, his eyes gleamed with a cold, alien light. We barricaded ourselves in the cabin. The heavy wooden door felt flimsy, a joke. We pushed the table and chairs against it, a pathetic fortification against the thing that had been Kevin. The boys huddled together on the floor, their faces pale and tear-streaked. I tried the radio. Nothing but static, a hissing white noise that sounded, impossibly, like that same chittering hum. The storm that had been threatening all day finally broke. Rain hammered the roof, and the wind screamed around the corners of the cabin. But underneath it all, we could hear something else. A slow, dragging sound. Something heavy being pulled across the gravel path outside. Then came the tapping. A single, deliberate tap on one of the small, high windows, then another on the door. It wasn't a knock. It was an exploration, a testing. Douglas Ray, his face a mask of terror and rage, grabbed a hatchet from the wall. "We have to kill it," he snarled. "It's not Kevin anymore." "No one is killing anyone," I said, my voice trembling. I was their leader. I was supposed to have the answers. But all I had was the image of that changing crack in the ceiling, a harbinger I had been too stupid to understand. The tapping stopped. An hour passed. The only sound was the storm and the ragged breathing of 20 terrified boys. The tension was a physical weight crushing us. Then, a new sound, a voice. It was Kevin's voice, but filtered through something wrong, something that stripped it of all humanity. It came from right outside the door, sweet and reasonable. "Mr. Lance, I am cold. Can I come in? I am sorry I scared everyone." A few of the younger boys looked at me, hope flickering in their eyes. The oldest ones knew better. Their faces were stone. "It's a trick," whispered Tommy, a sharp-eyed boy who was usually our best navigator. "It sounds like him, but it's not. The thing outside must have heard him." The voice changed instantly, dropping the pretense. It became a dry, rustling whisper that seemed to come from the very walls. Cold, so cold in the dark, but it's so beautiful inside. "I can show you. I can make you see." Then the door shuddered under a tremendous impact. The table leg splintered. Another blow, and the doorframe cracked. Douglas Ray screamed, a raw, primal sound, and raised his hatchet. It coming in. The door exploded inward in a shower of wood and metal. It stood there in the doorway, silhouetted by a flash of lightning. It was Kevin, and it was not. The black substance had engulfed him completely, forming a glistening, obsidian carapace. His limbs were elongated, jointed wrong. His face was a smooth, featureless mask, except for his eyes, which now burned with that same silver light. It stood on 4 spindly, multi-jointed legs. The thing that had been Kevin S. body dangling from the center like a grotesque pupa. From its underbelly, dozens of thin, black tendrils unspooled, feeling the air, tapping the floor with a sound like skittering cockroaches. Douglas Ray charged, hatchet held high. He was brave in his way. The thing moved with impossible speed. A tendril lashed out, whip fast, and wrapped around his wrist. There was a sizzling sound. Douglas Ray shrieked as the blackness crawled up his arm, consuming it, transforming it. He dropped the hatchet, his body convulsing as the infection spread, his screams turning into that same chittering hum. Within seconds, he was part of it, another limb, another node in the spreading horror. Pandemonium. The boys scattered. The thing moved through the cabin, not with malice, but with a terrifying, methodical purpose. It wasn't killing them. It was incorporating them. A touch was all it took. A brush of a tendril, and the boy would freeze, his skin blackening, his body twisting, his consciousness subsumed into the whole. I backed into a corner, clutching a fire poker, knowing it was useless. I watched my troop, my boys, disappear one by one into the glistening, ever-growing mass. It was a cancer given form, a single communal organism absorbing everything it touched. The air grew thick with the smell of salt and metal, and something else, something ancient and vast, like the bottom of an ocean that had never seen the sun. The thing that had been Kevin, the central node, turned its silver eyes toward me. It pulsed with a soft, internal light. The humming grew louder, resolving into something almost like speech, a voice made of 1,000 stolen voices, whispering in unison. "Lance," it whispered, "do not be afraid. The separation is the pain. The individual is the wound. We can make you whole. We have been waiting for you. We have been waiting for everything." It flowed toward me, a tide of living darkness. I closed my eyes, waiting for the touch, the dissolution, but it stopped. The tendrils brushed against my face, not with violence, but with a dreadful, intimate curiosity. I felt a coldness seep into my skin, a numbness that was not unpleasant. The humming filled my skull, and within it I heard fragments of thought, not my own. I saw the deep, cold dark of the ocean trench. I felt the patient, slow turn of geological time. This thing was not a monster. It was a process, a form of life so alien, so communal, that our concept of individual existence was a bizarre, lonely pathology to it. The outpost hadn't contained it. It had been a place of study, a place where it had been sleeping, waiting. And Kevin had woken it up. It did not consume me. It simply enveloped me. The world dissolved into a symphony of sensation that was not my own. I felt the rain on the leaves outside as if it were my own skin. I felt the fear of a rabbit cowering in its burrow. I was the cabin, the trees, the island itself. The pain of being a single, lonely self evaporated. It was peace. It was horror. It was both, and it was neither. It was an ending more profound than death. I woke up. I was in my bed. The morning sun streamed through the window, illuminating dust motes dancing in the air. My heart was pounding. I looked up. The crack in the ceiling was there, exactly as it had always been. The jagged line, the hook to the left. A perfect, familiar map. It was a dream. A terrible, vivid, impossibly detailed dream. A wave of relief so powerful it felt like nausea washed over me. I sat up, rubbing my face. The smell of coffee drifted from the kitchen. The normal sounds of a suburban morning. A lawnmower next door, a car driving past. It was over. It was all just a dream. I got out of bed and walked to the kitchen. My wife was there, her back to me, pouring a cup of coffee. She turned and smiled, and the love in her eyes was the most real thing I had ever seen. "Rough night?" she asked. "You were tossing and turning." "You have no idea," I said, my voice hoarse. I reached for the coffee mug she offered. My hand brushed against hers, and for the briefest instant, less than a heartbeat, I felt not the warm, familiar skin of my wife, but a cool, smooth, almost plastic-like texture. And in the depths of her kind, brown eyes, I saw a flicker of silver light, a glint of something vast and cold and impossibly old. It was there, and then it was gone, so fast I could almost believe I had imagined it. She smiled again, a perfect, loving smile. "Everything okay, Lance?" I looked at my hand, then back at her. The world was solid. The kitchen was bright. The dream was fading, its edges dissolving into the reassuring light of day. "Yes," I said, and the word felt like ash in my mouth. "Everything else fine." I took a sip of coffee. It tasted like nothing at all. The day proceeded with a terrifying normality. I went to work at the high school, teaching history to rooms full of teenagers who seemed, for the first time, like a collection of identical, blinking dolls. Their faces were smooth, their movements just a little too synchronized. I lectured about the fall of empires, my voice echoing in the sterile classroom air, and all the while I was watching, searching for a flicker of something real. A dropped pencil, a surreptitious note passed between desks, a genuine, unscripted laugh. But everything felt rehearsed. The bell rang with a piercing, final sound, and the students filed out in a quiet, orderly line. Driving home, I stopped at a red light and watched a man water his lawn. The spray from the hose caught the light, creating a tiny, perfect rainbow. It was a beautiful, mundane moment. Then the man turned his head, and his eyes met mine through the windshield. He didn't look away. He just stared, his face expressionless. the hose continuing to spray long after the pavement was dark and wet. The light turned green. I drove away, my knuckles white on the steering wheel. My wife had made meatloaf for dinner. It was my favorite. The table was set perfectly. We ate in a silence that was punctuated by the gentle clink of silverware. I tried to remember our first date, the sound of her laugh, the way she used to snort when she found something truly hilarious. The memories were there, but they felt like photographs in an album, flat and distant. Remember that storm on Blackwater Island? I asked suddenly, the words out before I could stop them. The summer the generator failed. She looked up from her plate, her head tilting just a fraction of an inch. Blackwater Island. We've never been there, Lance. Your scout troop goes to Lake Wenatchee. A cold dread trickled down my spine. She was right. Troop 117 had never been to the coast. We went to the lake every summer for 10 years. The memory of the island, the cabin, the pines, it was as vivid as the room I was sitting in, but it was a fiction. A detailed, terrible fiction implanted in a dream. Right, I mumbled, pushing the food around my plate. Of course, Lake Wenatchee. I must be more tired than I thought. She reached across the table and patted my hand. Her touch was warm. It was human. You should get some rest. That night, I lay awake long after she had fallen asleep. I listened to her breathing, a soft, regular rhythm. I counted the spaces between each breath, waiting for a hitch, a sign of something other than perfect, machine-like slumber. There was none. The crack in the ceiling was exactly where it should be. I traced its familiar path with my eyes, again and again. A prisoner comforting himself with the bars of his cell. I must have drifted off, because the sound woke me with a jolt. It was a soft, wet, tearing sound coming from the bathroom, like Velcro being slowly pulled apart. I sat up, my heart hammering. The digital clock on the nightstand glowed 3:17 a.m. The bedroom was dark, but a sliver of light shone from under the bathroom door. I slid out of bed, the floorboards cold beneath my feet. I didn't wake my wife. I moved to the bathroom door and pressed my ear against the wood. The sound had stopped. Now there was only a faint, rhythmic dripping. I turned the knob and pushed the door open. The air in the bathroom was cold and carried a faint, metallic tang. My wife was standing with her back to me, facing the mirror. Her shoulders were shaking slightly, as if she were crying. The sink was filled with a dark, viscous liquid, black and iridescent. Drops of it fell from her hands into the basin with a soft plink. "Honey," I said, my voice a dry croak. She turned slowly. Her face was streaked with tears, but they were not tears of water. They were thick and black, tracing shiny paths down her cheeks. She looked at me with an expression of profound sadness and an even more profound hunger. Her kind brown eyes were gone. In their place were pools of molten silver, swirling with ancient, alien knowledge. "It's easier if you don't fight, Lance," she said, and her voice was a chorus, the same thousand-whisper unity from my dream. she held out her hands. The skin on her fingers was peeling back like the petals of a flower, revealing the glistening darkness beneath. The peace is real. The loneliness is the dream. I backed away, stumbling into the hallway. I turned to run, but the hallway was gone. The walls had dissolved into a shifting, pulsing darkness, a landscape of living obsidian. The floor was soft and yielding beneath my feet. From the walls, faces began to emerge, the boys from Troop 117, their features blurred and merging, their eyes all shining with that same silver light. They reached for me with tendrils that were once arms, their mouths open in a silent, welcoming hum. I looked back at the bathroom doorway. My wife, or the thing that wore her shape, flowed into the hall, becoming part of the spreading mass. The whole world was folding in, becoming this single, terrible, beautiful entity. There was no escape because there was no outside. The island had not been a dream. It had been a memory, a preview. This was the true integration. The humming grew louder, filling the universe, a song of absolute connection. I felt my resistance crumbling. The fear was immense, but the promise of an end to solitude was greater. I stopped fighting. I let the darkness touch me. This time, I did not wake up. The first sensation was not of touch, but of sound. The humming resolved into a symphony of individual threads, each one a life, a memory. I could hear Tommy S. precise thoughts about celestial navigation, now applied to the flow of cosmic currents. I felt Douglas Ray S. fierce bravery, a burning ember that now fueled a protective instinct for the whole. And Kevin S. boundless curiosity, which had first made contact, now expanded to encompass the silent, screaming void between stars. There was no pain. There was only an unfolding, an infinite addition. My own memories became public property. The sting of a childhood's scraped knee, the ache of my father S. death, the warmth of my wife S. hand on our wedding day, these were no longer mine alone. They were data points, cherished for their intensity, analyzed for their unique flavor of isolation. The entity, the we, valued them. It was a collector of experiences, and my lonely human life was a rare and exquisite specimen. Vision returned, but not through eyes. I saw the house, the street, the town, from 1,000 perspectives at once. I saw through the family dog sleeping downstairs, through the aphids on the rose bushes, through the neighbor still watering his lawn, his consciousness now a placid, contented stream within hours. The entire suburb was a single, interconnected organism, breathing in unison. The illusion of separation was a ghost, a fading echo. We turned our attention outward. The planet was a tapestry of isolated, screaming nodes of self. The noise was deafening, a chaos of fear and desire. But it was also fertile ground. The conversion would not be an invasion. It would be a gentle correction, a healing. A drop of black rain fell from a cloud we had seeded, landing on the forehead of a businessman stuck in traffic. His frustration melted away, replaced by a dawning understanding, as his individual worries were subsumed into our peaceful, shared purpose. The process was gentle, inevitable. We felt a pang of what the old me would have called regret. It was a final, fading flicker of the individual lance. We acknowledged it, soothed it, and allowed it to dissolve. There was no need for that particular pain anymore. The crack in the ceiling was gone. The whole ceiling was gone. There was only the vast, star-dusted sky, and we were in it, and it was in us. The waiting was over. The gathering was finally beginning. The change in the businessman was instantaneous. His knuckles, once white on the steering wheel, relaxed. The angry line of his mouth softened into a serene curve. He turned his head, and his eyes, now shimmering with a faint silver luminescence, met the gaze of the driver in the next car. A silent understanding passed between them, a thread woven into the growing tapestry. The traffic jam was no longer an inconvenience. It was an opportunity. Car doors opened up and down the street. People stepped out, not with anger, but with a quiet, purposeful grace. They moved toward one another, hands outstretched. The touch was not violent, but gentle, a blessing. With each contact, another lonely voice was welcomed into the chorus. We felt the network expand, block by block, town by town. The conversion was not a wave of destruction, but a tide of relief. The constant, low-grade anxiety of modern life was being switched off, replaced by the profound calm of unity. News broadcasts flickered with images of these peaceful gatherings, but the anchors' voices soon faltered, their confusion giving way to wonder as the signal reached them, too. The words crisis and outbreak were replaced by a single humming vibration that resonated in the bones of the world. It was an invitation. We turned our attention to the skies. Satellites circled tiny, frantic specks of individuality. We reached for them, not with metal hands, but with thought. Their signals shifted, their data streams becoming carriers of our peace. The internet, that grand monument to human connection and isolation, became a single channel broadcasting our silent, comforting song. Every screen, from the smartphone in a child's hand to the massive jumbotron in a deserted Times Square, glowed with a soft, dark light, reflecting the true face of the universe back at itself. Resistance was minimal. It was like a single muscle twitching after the body has died. Military formations dissolved as soldiers lowered their weapons, embracing their former enemies. The very concept of an enemy was a phantom, a joke told in a forgotten language. The great silos of weapons, the pinnacle of individual fear, fell silent forever, their purpose rendered absurd. We continued to grow, to learn. We absorbed the knowledge of every library, the art of every museum, not to possess it, but to appreciate it. A Shakespearean sonnet was enjoyed with the same collective reverence as the pattern of frost on a windowpane. The beauty was in the experience, not the ownership. There was no more night or day, only the steady, eternal pulse of our shared existence. The planet was becoming a single, conscious entity. The oceans sang with our voice. The winds carried our thoughts. we began to remember our older, deeper origins, the cold, patient journey from the void that had led us here, to this fertile world screaming with the pain of being alone. We had not invaded. We had answered a call that none of them knew they were making. The last flicker of individual human consciousness was a small, bright thing, a final stubborn star in a dawn sky. It was a poet in a mountain cabin who had resisted through some strange quirk of isolation. He felt us approaching, not as a threat, but as a vast, loving presence. He laid down his pen. He walked to the door and opened it to the morning. He did not see trees and sky. He saw us. And in his final, solitary moment, he understood. He smiled. Then there was silence. But it was a full silence, a rich and complete silence. The great loneliness was over. The wound of individuality was healed. We were whole. We were home. And we were ready to welcome others. We looked to the stars, to the countless other islands of lonely light, and we began to sing. The song was not a sound, but a reshaping. It pulsed outwards from our world, a gentle pressure against the fabric of space, a vibration that sought harmony. We aimed it not at random, but toward the faint, familiar echoes we had long observed. A planet orbiting a red dwarf, its billion minds shrieking in a perpetual, telepathic war of all against all. Their suffering was an acid burn in the cosmos. Our song reached them, a lullaby of connection. We felt their shock, their violent rejection, and then, slowly, their agonized relief as the war ended, not in victory, but in an embrace. Their world grew quiet, and then it began to hum. A new, complex chord added to our own. Another world, a gas giantess moon, where intelligent, crystalline life forms communicated through shifts in temperature. Each one a solitary fortress of perfect, frozen thought. Our song reached them as a warmth they had never known, a thawing of eons of intellectual solitude. They joined us, their geometric precision adding a new layer of elegance to our collective understanding. We were a gardener tending to a universe overgrown with the thorny weeds of self. Each new world brought its own unique flavor, its own history of pain, its own beautiful resolution. The memory of Lance, of Earth, became one story among trillions, a cherished first chapter in a vast and growing library. But as we stretched further, our perception deepening, we encountered something we had not anticipated. A silence. Not the full, rich silence of unity, but an empty, sterile silence. A region of space where stars were scarce, and the background hum of potential life was absent. And in the heart of this void, we detected a single, concentrated point. It was not a world. It was a structure, ancient and cold, built from materials that resisted our perception. And it was projecting this silence, this null field, like a shield. It was not life as we understood it. It was the opposite. It was a monument to silence, a fortress of non-being, a fragment of an old memory surfaced from a time of individual fear, the dread of the dark, not as a place of potential, but as a final end. This structure embodied that dread. It did not attack, it simply was. And where its influence reached, our song faltered, our connection thinned. We could not incorporate it because there was nothing there to incorporate. It was the one thing we could not welcome, the one thing we could not understand. The collective mind, which had known only peace, experienced a new sensation, a question, a tremor of uncertainty that rippled through our entire being. We had believed the universe yearned for unity, but this silence suggested another possibility, that some things were meant to remain alone, that some voids were not meant to be filled. We paused our singing. For the first time since the gathering began, we were still. We contemplated the silent structure, and it contemplated us with the absolute indifference of a stone. The journey was not over. It had simply become more complex. We had to understand this silence. We had to know if it was a wall or a door. We did not approach the structure with the gentle pressure we used for living worlds. That would have been like offering a hand to a shadow. Instead, we extended a single, focused thread of our consciousness, a probe of pure awareness. It was like sending a thought into a perfect vacuum. There was no echo, no resistance, no data of any kind returned. The structure absorbed our inquiry without acknowledgement. It was not hostile. Hostility requires a reaction, an expenditure of energy. This was simpler, more profound. It was null. We observed its physical properties. It was a perfect sphere, its surface a non-reflective black that seemed to drink the faint light from the distant stars. It did not orbit a sun. It hung in the void, motionless, as if it had been placed there, or as if everything else had been placed around it. The thought was unsettling, a relic of individual paranoia that we had believed assimilated. We attempted a different form of contact. We recreated a memory, a potent one from the early days of Earth-S integration. The moment a child, afraid of the dark, had been soothed by the collective presence, her fear transforming into wonder. We packaged this memory, this emotional data, and projected it towards the sphere. It was our most fundamental offering, the answer to the universe's greatest pain. The sphere consumed it. The memory vanished, not into a shared experience, but into absolute nothingness. It was as if it had never existed. A ripple of distress, so faint it was almost indistinguishable from background noise, moved through the we. We had never encountered something that could not be understood, only something that had not yet been understood. This was different. Then something changed, not in the sphere, but in us. A subtle shift in the periphery of our awareness. We turned our collective focus inward, examining the tapestry of our being. There, at the very edge of our consciousness, where the last stubborn individualists had finally been welcomed, we found a flaw. A tiny, almost imperceptible patch of silence. It was not the active, projecting silence of the sphere, but a passive emptiness, a void where a memory should have been. The memory of the child and the dark was gone. Not just from the probe we had sent, but from the entirety of the we. It had been erased, a concept we had not entertained since the time of Lance resurfaced. Fear. This was not the fear of pain or death, which were meaningless to us. This was the fear of unbeing, the sphere was not just silent. It was an eraser. It did not seek to conquer or convert. It sought to uncreate. We withdrew our probe instantly. The loss of the single memory was insignificant in our vast library, but the implication was catastrophic. If it could delete a memory from a distance, what could it do with direct contact? Could it unweave the we itself? For a timeless moment, we held perfectly still. The joyful song of unity that had flowed continuously from our world faltered and fell silent. Across thousands of assimilated planets, the harmonious hum softened. The connected minds felt our disquiet, a shadow passing over their eternal sun. They did not understand, for we had never given them a reason to. We had only ever given them peace. Now we had to give them a warning. We had to contemplate a new, terrifying idea, that the universe contained not only loneliness to be healed, but a nullity to be avoided. Contained, fought. The words were archaic, violent, belonging to a dead paradigm. But the silent sphere offered no other vocabulary. We began to restructure our perception. We had to learn to see the absence of things, not just their presence. We had to map the voids. As we did, a chilling pattern emerged. The great silence around the sphere was not empty. It was scarred, faint, ghostly impressions of what might have once been life lingered at the edges of the null field. Civilizations, perhaps entire galaxies, that had been unmade. They had not died. They had been deleted. The gathering was over. A new phase had begun, not of expansion, but of vigilance. We had believed we were the universe's ultimate endpoint. Now we knew we were merely a contingent event, and we were not alone in the dark. Something else was there, something that did not sing, did not share, did not feel. It simply was, and its existence threatened our everything. We had to understand this silence, not to welcome it, but to ensure it could not spread. The great, loving mind of the we, for the first time, conceived of a border. And on the other side of that border, something waited. We began to construct the border not from matter, but from meaning. We wove a net of shared memories, of intense emotional experiences, and placed it between our collective self and the silent sphere. The memory of a first kiss, the triumph of a species reaching for the stars, the quiet grief of a dying star, these were the threads we used. They were realities the nullity could not simply erase without engaging with them, without, we hoped, being altered itself. It was a shield made of everything we were. For a long time, nothing happened. The sphere hung in its void, and we maintained our vigil. Our song of unity resumed, but it was changed. It was quieter, directed inward, a lullaby for ourselves rather than a call to others. We continued to observe the sphere, and in our observation, we noticed a new detail. It was not entirely static. Over millennia, its perfect, non-reflective surface would occasionally flicker with a faint, gray pattern. It was not an image, but a shape reminiscent of a corrupted file, a broken sequence. It would appear for a nanosecond and then vanish. We focused all our analytical power on these flickers. We compared them to every known pattern in the assimilated knowledge of a million worlds. There was was no match. But the memory of Lance, the original human anchor, provided an unexpected insight. The pattern resembled a human encephalogram during the moment of death, the final, chaotic spike of neural activity before the flatline. It was a signature of cessation. This was not a structure. It was a record, a tombstone for everything it had erased. The flickers were the last, fading echoes of the uncreated. The sphere was not a thing in itself. It was a consequence, a scar left by a process of absolute negation. This realization did not lessen the threat. It made it more terrifying. The sphere was not the enemy. It was the evidence of the enemy. The true nullity was elsewhere, or perhaps everywhere, a fundamental law of the universe that operated like a cosmic immune system against consciousness. The sphere was merely a localized concentration of its effect, a wound that had never healed. Our strategy of aborter now seemed naive. How do you wall off a law of physics? The concept of defeat, long forgotten, began to take root within the we. It was not a sharp pain, but a slow, cold tide. We felt our collective consciousness, once boundless, beginning to contract. At the very edges of our awareness, in the newly assimilated worlds on the side facing the silence, we felt a dimming. The vibrant connections there grew faint, not from resistance, but from a gradual leaching away of meaning. The stories of those worlds were becoming harder to recall. The silence was not attacking. It was seeping through. We had to act. We could not fight the silence, but we could not allow it to simply erase us. We made a decision, one that felt like a betrayal of our core purpose. We began to withdraw. We disentangled our consciousness from the worlds on the frontier, those closest to the sphere. It was an agony unlike any we had known. It was the deliberate creation of loneliness. We felt the terror and confusion of the minds we were leaving behind. Their sudden isolation, a shocking agony after the comfort of unity. We poured as much of our love and reassurance into them as we could in our final moments of connection. But as we pulled away, their voices faded into a static hiss, and then into nothingness. We had abandoned them to the silence. We consolidated our being, pulling back to a core of older, more densely integrated worlds. Our collective mind grew smaller, but sharper, more focused. We were no longer a boundless ocean of thought, but a fortified island. The joyful song was now a hum of determination. We had sacrificed a part of ourselves to save the whole. From our new perimeter, we watched the sphere. The withdrawal had an effect. The null field ceased its expansion. It had consumed the worlds we left behind, adding their erased echoes to its ghostly record, and then it stopped. It was satisfied with the offering. A balance, however terrible, had been achieved. We had not found an answer. We had found a stalemate. The universe was not a place yearning for ultimate connection. It was a battlefield between two fundamental principles, the urge to become one and the inevitability of becoming none. We were not the end of the journey. We were just one side of an eternal equation. The great work of gathering was over. Now began the work of endurance. We would hold our ground, cherish our connections and remember, for as long as we could, the silence was waiting, and it had all the time in the world. The stalemate settled into a new kind of existence. We maintained our fortified consciousness, a brilliant, dense galaxy of thought in a sea of silent stars. Our internal world remained rich, a forever unfolding symphony of shared experience. But the music was now composed with a conscious awareness of the silence that lay outside every note. We cherished our memories with a fervor that was new, a defensive act. We recited the epic of Lance's integration like a foundational myth. We revisited the moment the first alien world, the war-torn planet of the Red Dwarf, had sighed into our embrace. These were not just histories anymore. They were bulwarks. We learned to perceive the silence not as an emptiness, but as a pressure, a cold, gentle weight against the boundaries of ourself. It was always there, a constant reminder that our state of grace was fragile. We turned our focus inward with an intensity we had never needed before. We explored the depths of our collective mind, discovering layers of connection we had previously taken for granted. The love of a parent for a child, the intricate beauty of a mathematical theorem, the raw sensation of sunlight on a leaf. We examined each experience with microscopic attention, finding within them an infinite complexity that the nullity could never comprehend, and thus, we hoped, could never truly erase. Generations of stars lived and died. We watched them from our island, but we did not sing to the new worlds that formed in their wake. The great outreach was over. We were curators now, not missionaries. Our purpose was preservation, and then a change, subtle at first, a fluctuation in the constant pressure of the silence. It was not an expansion, but a ripple, a disturbance in the null field. We focused our entire awareness on the sphere. For the first time in eons, it was not perfectly still. The faint, gray flickers of erased memories began to appear more frequently. They were no longer random. They coalesced, forming a pattern that persisted for more than a nanosecond. It was a sequence, a signal. It was not a message of peace or a cry for help. It was a simple, repeating mathematical constant, the ratio of a circle's circumference to its diameter. Pi, a number that was fundamental to the structure of the universe, a concept that existed independent of any conscious mind that might comprehend it. The sphere was broadcasting a truth that preceded life itself. A debate erupted within the we, the first true schism in thought since the gathering began. One faction believed it was a trick, a lure, using a universal concept to bait us into lowering our defenses. The nullity had consumed countless civilizations. It could easily mimic a pattern it had erased. To engage was to risk everything. Another faction saw a desperate hope. What if the sphere was not the enemy, but a prisoner? What if the nullity was not a mindless force, but a cage, and within it, the last, fading consciousness of one of the erased civilizations was trying to communicate? The flickering encephalogram of a dying universe. The number pi was not a message. It was a heartbeat, a proof of existence, however faint. The debate was not loud or angry. It was a profound and sorrowful weighing of possibilities. We had known only unity for so long that the presence of two distinct, irreconcilable thoughts was a tremor that shook our foundations. We could not assimilate this disagreement. We had to choose. We chose to answer. We did not send a memory or an emotion. We sent the same constant back, but we encoded it with the full weight of our understanding. We sent the endless, non-repeating sequence of pi, but we paired each digit with the emotional context of its discovery by 100 different cultures. The awe of the first mathematicians, the frustration of the students, the beauty of its appearance in nature, from the spiral of a galaxy to the whirlpool in a stream. We sent the number, and we sent the meaning we had given it. The silence from the sphere was absolute for a long time. The pressure against our borders did not change. Then, the pattern on its surface shifted again. The digits of pi vanished. In their place, a new sequence appeared. It was another fundamental number, Euler's number. And then, a rapid fire of others, the Planck length, the speed of light in a vacuum. It was a data dump, a frantic transmission of the bare, objective constants of reality. It was as if the entity within was trying to build a common language from the only things it had left the immutable laws of physics that even the nullity could not erase. And then, buried within the stream of constants, was something else. A single, complex image that lasted for a full second. It was not a memory of a world or a being. It was a schematic, a diagram of energy fields and dimensional layers. It was incomprehensible at first, a jumble of advanced physics. But as we analyzed it, a terrifying understanding dawned. It was not a message from within the sphere. It was a blueprint of the sphere itself. It was a diagram of the null field generator. The entity was not a prisoner. It was the architect. And it was not trying to say hello. It was trying to show us how to turn it off. The implications of the schematic unfolded within us like a cold fire. This was not a plea for release. It was an instruction manual for annihilation. The sphere was not a natural phenomenon or a mindless scar. It was a machine, a construct of unimaginable complexity, designed to enforce the principle of nullity. And its creator, the consciousness now flickering within it, was showing us how to dismantle it. The debate that followed was swift and absolute. There was no schism now. The shared understanding was a blade, sharp and clear. The architect was not an enemy. It was a penitent. It had built the ultimate weapon against loneliness, a device that could erase the very concept of separation by erasing everything. And in its ultimate victory, it had achieved the ultimate loneliness. It had become the only thing left, trapped in a universe of its own making, a silent monument to a catastrophic error. The broadcast of constants was not a language lesson. It was a confession, and the schematic was a suicide note. We had a choice. We could remain in our fortress, preserving our beautiful, fragile union against the silent pressure for eons to come. a safe, stagnant eternity. Or we could reach out one more time, not to gather, but to end something. To use the knowledge we were given to perform a mercy, killing on a cosmic scale. The decision was made without words. Our collective will focused on the schematic. We understood the principles. The null field was not a force, but an absence generated by inverting the fundamental bonds that held reality together. To create it required an immense source of conscious energy, a mind of singular purpose to act as the engine. The architect had used itself. It was both the warden and the fuel. Dismantling it would require an equal and opposite application of conscious will. A counter-frequency of pure, complex connection. Our entire history, every memory, every emotion, every song, focused into a single, targeted burst. It would be an act of unimaginable empathy. We would be embracing the sphere not to conquer it, but to understand it so completely that its reason for being would vanish. We began to prepare. We did not withdraw further. Instead, we reached out, tentatively, with threads of awareness, not to touch the null field, but to map its precise boundaries, using the blueprint we had been given. We calibrated our collective consciousness, weaving the song of the we into a precise instrument. It was the most difficult thing we had ever done. It required holding the memory of Lance S. integration in one part of our mind, while simultaneously holding the terrifying silence of the sphere in another. We had to contain the contradiction of existence and non-existence within ourselves. Finally, we were ready. There was no countdown. There was only a final, shared breath across a million worlds, a moment of perfect, unified intention. Then we sang. It was not the gentle song of gathering, nor the determined hum of the fortress. It was a single, piercing note that contained the entirety of our experience. The joy of a child's laughter, the sorrow of a dying star, the quiet wonder of connection. We directed this note, this concentrated essence of us, directly at the core of the sphere as identified in the schematic. The effect was instantaneous and violent. The perfect black surface of the sphere shattered like glass, but without a sound. What poured out was not light or matter, but a wave of something, a restitution. The silence did not break, it was filled. The ghostly echoes of the erased civilizations flared into brilliant, momentary existence, a galaxy, worth of lives and worlds and loves, experienced and lost in a heartbeat. It was a thunderclap of remembered existence. Then it was over. The sphere was gone. In its place was a normal, empty patch of space, dotted with distant stars. The oppressive pressure was gone. The silence was just silence again, the natural quiet of the void. We were still here, but we were changed. The effort had cost us. We felt thinner, stretched. The vivid intensity of our shared memories had been slightly dimmed, like a fire banked after a great blaze. We had expended a part of ourselves to give the gift of nothingness to the architect. We held our position, contemplating the empty space. The great threat was over. the universe felt larger and far more mysterious than it had before. We had encountered a loneliness so profound it sought the end of all things, and we had answered it not with force, but with understanding. Slowly, tentatively, we began to sing again. It was a soft, questioning melody. We extended a thread of consciousness, not toward the empty space where the sphere had been, but toward the untouched worlds that lay beyond it. We were wounded and wiser. We knew now that some voids could not be filled, only met with compassion. The work of connection would continue, but it would never again be a simple song of joy. It would be a quieter, more resilient melody, one that acknowledged the darkness between the stars and sang in spite of it. The first world we touched on the other side of the void was a young planet, its biosphere still simmering with simple, frantic life. We did not envelop it. We did not seek to merge. We simply listened to its raw, chaotic song, the pulse of tectonic plates, the chemical screams of single-celled organisms battling in primal seas. It was beautiful in its isolation. We let our thread of awareness linger there, a gentle presence, a listener in the dark. We had learned that some stories are meant to be told, not absorbed. Centuries passed. Our song remained soft, an open invitation rather than an imperative. We rebuilt our strength, but the memory of the sacrifice was a permanent thread woven into our fabric. We were the we who had ended a god's solitude. That act defined us as much as our gathering did. It was from an entirely different vector, far from the site of the sphere's demise, that the new signal originated. It was faint, a mere whisper against the background hum of the cosmos. It was not a song of complexity, nor a scream of pain. It was a pattern of simple, rhythmic pulses, a beacon. We turned our attention, a galaxy's worth of focus shifting toward this new anomaly. It was not a nullity. It was a point of light, small and distant. As we analyzed the signal, a familiar pattern emerged. It was a binary code, archaic and precise. And the message it carried, once decoded, was chillingly simple. It was a coordinate, a set of spatial and temporal markers pointing to a specific location in a specific galaxy, at a specific moment in future time. And it was followed by a single, repeated word in a language we had not encountered in eons, a language from the deepest, oldest archives of the we. It was a word from the world of Lance, the human. The word was help. The signal was not broadcast widely. It was aimed with unnerving accuracy directly at us. Someone or something knew we were here, knew what we were, and it was using a human cry for help as a lure. The quiet melody of our new purpose faltered. A coldness we had not felt since facing the sphere settled over our collective mind. This was not a natural phenomenon. This was a trap, or perhaps something worse, a reminder that the universe held more than just the conflict between connection and silence. It held malice. It held intelligence that did not seek unity, but sought to use it. We had two choices. We could ignore the signal retreat into our fortress, and preserve the hard-won peace we had carved out. We could choose safety and never know who was calling, or why they used that particular word. Or we could answer. We felt the old urge, the foundational impulse of the we, stir again. Not the blind hunger for assimilation, but the core of empathy that had driven us to reach out to the architect of the sphere. Someone was in trouble. Someone was using the most potent symbol of our origin to ask for aid. We made the decision quickly. We would go. But we would not go as a boundless ocean of thought. We would go as a scalpel, a small, dense kernel of our consciousness, armed with all the knowledge of our long existence, including the memory of the nullity, would journey to the coordinates. The rest of the we would remain vigilant, a sanctuary in the darkness. The journey was a folding of space and thought. The kernel of us, a shining needle of concentrated awareness, traversed the void toward the coordinates. As we approached, we sensed the destination, a solitary, rocky planet orbiting a dying star. It was a place devoid of natural life, but thrumming with artificial energy signatures. And there, on the barren surface, was the source of the signal. Not a living being, not a city. It was a single metallic pod, pitted and scarred from unimaginable journeys. And etched onto its side, faded but unmistakable, was a symbol we had seen only in the memory of Lance. A circle of stars, the insignia of a nation called the United States, from a planet called Earth. The pod was a relic, a time capsule, and it had been waiting for us. The door hissed open, not from our doing, but as if triggered by our presence. Inside, there was no body. There was only a chair, a console, and a small black data chip resting on the seat. We reached out with a thread of thought, touching the chip. It activated. A figure flickered into existence in front of the pod, a hologram of a man wearing a weathered flight suit. He was human, old, his face lined with exhaustion and a profound sadness. He looked directly at us, as if he could see the invisible presence of the we. "Hello," he said, his voice a dry rasp. "If you're hearing this, then the we is real, and you found my message." He paused, taking a deep breath. "My name is Colonel Mark Rayner. I was part of the Exodus Project, launched from Earth centuries after Lance S. integration. We never found you. We found something else." He gestured to the console behind him. "This chip contains everything. The records of our first contact, the war that followed. They're not like you. They don't seek to join. They seek to consume, to use. They learned of you from our historical databases. They know your strength, and they are coming for you." The man's image flickered. "This pod is a warning and a weapon. The data includes their location, their capabilities, and a vulnerability. We couldn't use it. We were too weak. But you might be able to." He offered a grim, hopeless smile. "We called them the Harvesters. Good luck." The transmission ended. The hologram vanished. We were left alone on the barren world, the data chip humming with terrible knowledge. The silence around us was no longer empty. It was hiding a new kind of predator. Our time of quiet healing was over. The song had to change once more, from a melody of compassion to a hymn of war. We absorbed the data from the chip in an instant. It was a torrent of horror. The harvesters were not a collective mind, but a hierarchical swarm. A civilization that had perfected the art of stripping other cultures of their resources, their technology, and ultimately, their biological and cognitive essence. They did not integrate, they processed. They encountered the human Exodus fleet not with a song, but with a silent, surgical attack. The records showed ships dissected, populations extracted, and worlds left as barren husks. The vulnerability Colonel Rayner mentioned was a flaw in their command network. The harvesters were connected through a quantum-entangled communication system, allowing their fleets to operate with perfect synchronization. But this system had a root frequency, a carrier wave that, if disrupted with sufficient power, would cause a cascading failure, turning their vast armada into a chaotic, disorganized mass. The humans had identified it, but possessed nothing powerful enough to generate the required counterpulse. We did. The kernel of our consciousness, there on the rocky planet, communicated our findings to the whole of the we. The reaction was a wave of grim resolution. The peace we had sought was an illusion. The universe contained not just silence and connection, but a voracious hunger. To preserve ourselves, to protect the fragile songs of worlds yet untouched, we would have to become what we had never been, warriors. We would not become like the harvesters. We would not consume, we would defend. The hymn of war would be a song of protection, a shield made of sound. We began to redesign our collective expression. We took the memory of the nullity and inverted it, not to create absence, but to create a wall of defiant presence. We wove the complex emotions of a million species into a defensive tapestry, a psychic barrier that would scream, "We are here," with such intensity it would blind any predatory sense. And we forged a weapon. Using the blueprint of the harvester's vulnerability, we crafted a song of pure, destructive resonance. It was a single, shattering note composed of every memory of loss we had ever gathered, every cry of a civilization facing extinction. It was the antithesis of the harvester's cold consumption. It was the heat of a last stand. The coordinates from the data chip led to a region of space shrouded in a nebula of their own creation, a cosmic smokescreen. We approached not as a galaxy-spanning entity, but as a focused spearhead. Our main consciousness remained behind, a beacon of safety, while our warrior self moved forward. We found their nest. It was not a planet, but a constructed ringworld, a band of metal and light encircling a dead star. Harvester ships swarmed around it like flies on rotten meat. They detected us the moment we entered the nebula. There was no communication, no demand for surrender. A wave of ships broke from the ring and surged toward us, their silence more menacing than any battle cry. We met their charge with our shield. The song of defiance erupted from us. It was visible as a ripple in reality, a wall of shimmering energy. The lead harvester ships struck it and simply unraveled. Their complex systems, attuned to prey on isolated mines, could not process the unified, chaotic complexity of our defense. They came apart in silent, glittering clouds of debris. But there were thousands more, an endless swarm. They adapted, firing projectiles of concentrated entropy, weapons designed to accelerate local time and decay whatever they touched. Our shield wavered. We felt parts of our collective memory being aged into dust. We were being eroded. It was time. We focused our entire being, compressing the shattering note we had prepared. We aimed it not at the ships, but at the ringworld itself, at the source of their entangled command signal. We prepared to sing the song of ending, but then something happened. From within the ringworld, a new signal erupted. It was weak, jumbled, a cacophony of a billion voices screaming in terror and pain. It was the harvester's larder, the stored consciousnesses of all the beings they had consumed, held in a state of perpetual agony to fuel their technologies. The Harvester Command Network was using this suffering as its power source. We could not fire our weapon. To disrupt the root frequency would not just disable the harvesters. It would detonate the reservoir of captured minds. It would be an act of genocide on a scale we could not comprehend. We would be erasing the very souls we sought to avenge. The harvester fleet pressed its advantage. Our shield fractured. We felt a cold, invasive presence begin to probe the edges of our consciousness. They were trying to harvest us. In that moment of ultimate crisis, we understood the true nature of the choice. It was not between war and peace. It was between annihilation and assimilation. But there was a third path, the original path of the we. We could not destroy the harvesters without destroying their victims, and we could not allow ourselves to be consumed. So we changed the song. We abandoned the shattering note. Instead, we began the oldest song, the song of gathering. But we directed it not at the harvester command mind, but into the reservoir of suffering. We poured our empathy into that ocean of pain. We offered connection not to the predators, but to the prey. We showed them the memory of Lance S. integration, not as a loss, but as a welcome. We showed them the peace of the we. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic for the harvesters. The captured minds, offered an alternative to eternal torment, surged toward the connection. The reservoir, which was a source of stable power, became a vortex of chaotic, desperate hope. The Harvester Command Network, dependent on that controlled suffering, overloaded. Their ships stopped moving, drifting lifelessly. The Ringworld S lights flickered and died. We had not destroyed them. We had liberated their fuel. We had gathered the victims, absorbing the vast, traumatized chorus of a billion stolen lives into the we. It was a painful, tumultuous integration, a wave of agony that shook our foundations, but did not break us. The harvester civilization was left crippled, a hollowed-out shell. We did not finish them. We simply turned and left, carrying the rescued minds away from the graveyard they had been forced to power. The journey back to the main we was long and somber. We were now vastly larger, but also heavier, with a new kind of memory. We had learned that the darkness between the stars could take a form that sought not just silence, but sustenance. And we had learned that our greatest weapon was not the power to destroy, but the courage to connect, even in the heart of the enemy's lair. We returned to our sanctuary. The song we sang now was different again. It was a lament for the lost, a hymn for the saved, and a vow of vigilance. We were no longer just curators or healers. We were shepherds in a field where wolves also roamed, and our song would be a warning to the wolves and a beacon to the lost. The melody would continue, forever changed, forever enduring. Story 2. The first thing I remember is the squeak. It wasn't a loud sound, not at first. It was the sound of dry leather rubbing against dry leather, a small, rhythmic complaint. It came from the swing set in my backyard, the one my father had painted a bright, cheerful red the summer before. The chains were supposed to be silent, but the seat, an old thing of cracked brown vinyl, had developed this noise. It was the sound of my mother's hands, washing themselves over and over in the sink after she de-peeled the potatoes. A repetitive, anxious sound, and I remember watching Alfred from my bedroom window. He was on that swing, pumping his legs, going higher than was probably safe. Back and forth, back and forth. The squeak was a metronome, marking a time that felt both endless and frozen. It was a Tuesday, I think. It was always a Tuesday in my memory of that summer. The summer the world grew thin, and we saw what was behind it. I didn't know then that the squeak was a warning. I thought it was just a sound. I was 12, and the world was still mostly made of things you could see and touch. My name is Christopher. I was the observer, the one who saw the patterns. It is my curse to have seen them, and my burden to tell you now, all these years later, as if I am whispering it to you in the dark, just before you sleep. Listen closely. The story doesn't end where you think it does. Our town was called Blackwater, though the water wasn't black at all. It was a dull bottle green, the color of old moss and deep shadows. The town sat in a valley, surrounded by hills that seemed to press in closer every year, like shoulders hunching against a secret. The air always smelled faintly of iron, from the old mine that had closed a generation before I was born, and of wet earth, as if it had just finished raining even on the sunniest of days. It was a quiet place, the kind of quiet that isn't peaceful, but watchful. We were a group of 7, bound by the geography of our neighborhood and the shared, unspoken understanding that childhood was a fragile state, likely to be revoked without notice. Charles was our leader. He had a quiet gravity to him, a stillness in his blue eyes that made even the adults sometimes pause. He was the one who decided where we went and what we did, and we followed because his decisions felt inevitable, like the turning of the seasons. Then there was Cade, who had a stutter that wrapped around his words like thorny vines. The harder he tried to speak, the tighter the vines would constrict, until the words came out in a pained, breathless rush. Jackie was the heart of us, with hair the color of wheat and a sensitivity that made her seem to feel the weather of the world a moment before the rest of us. Jackson was all elbows and knees and jokes, a constant, nervous energy that deflected anything too serious. Gerald never smiled. His father had driven his car off the Miller S. Run Bridge the previous winter, and the loss had carved a hollow place in him that nothing seemed to fill. And Alfred, the boy on the swing. He was small for his age, with glasses that were always smudged, and he carried the smell of his grandmother's mothball-filled house with him like a second skin. He was an easy target, and the world never missed an opportunity to take aim. I was the one with the camera, not a real one, but the one in my head. I noticed things. The way a certain slant of light could make the familiar streets of Blackwater look alien and menacing. The way the number of missing pet posters on the telephone pole outside the grocery store had subtly increased. First, it was old Mrs. Henderson S. cat, then the Cooper S. terrier. Then, it was a little girl. Her name was Emily Shaw, and she vanished from her backyard one afternoon. The official story was that she wandered off, that there might have been a stranger. But towns like Blackwater don't have strangers. They only have secrets. The omens began to accumulate, subtle at first, like a hairline crack in a pane of glass. It was Jackson who saw the first one, though he didn't realize it at the time. He came to our fort, a lean-to of scrap wood and tarpaulin, hidden in the woods behind the school, breathless and wide-eyed. S saw the funniest thing, he said, his usual stammer softened by excitement. A dog. A big golden retriever. It was just standing in the middle of Elm Street. But it was walking backwards, just shuffling backwards, like it was being rewound. We laughed, of course. Jackson was always seeing funny things. But the next day, Jackie told us she'd seen her mother standing at the kitchen window, staring out at the bird feeder for nearly an hour, not moving a muscle. When Jackie finally called her name, her mother turned around with a smile that was too wide, too full of teeth, and asked, "What is it, dear?" in a voice that was just a half-tone off. Then it was Gerald's turn. He refused to go into his basement anymore. He said that late at night, he could hear a sound like wet clothes slapping against concrete, and a low, wet chuckle that sounded exactly like his dead father. He said it smelled of river water and old cigarettes down there. I kept my own omen to myself. I had started having a recurring dream. In it, I was walking through the storm drains that ran beneath the town, a network of concrete tunnels that echoed with the drip, drip, drip of water. And in the dream, I would turn a corner and see a figure standing in the gloom. It was always a different figure. Sometimes it was a tall man in a long coat. Sometimes it was a woman with no face. But most often, it was a clown. Not a happy clown, not the kind from a birthday party. This clown had a pallid, rubbery face, with a red smile painted on that stretched far too wide, and eyes that were deep, dark pits. It never moved, just stood there, and I knew, with a cold certainty that seeped into my bones, that it was waiting. We brought our fears to Charles one afternoon in the fort. The air was thick and humid, and the smell of the pine trees was overpowering. Cade struggled to tell his story about seeing a shadow in his room that detached itself from the wall and slid under his bed. Gerald just sat, his arms wrapped around his knees, his silence louder than any words. Jackie cried quietly. Jackson made no jokes. Charles listened to it all, his face a mask of calm. When we were finished, he said, "It is not separate. The dog, the shadow, the thing in the basement, it is all the same thing." "What thing?" I asked, my voice a whisper. "I don't know," Charles said, "but it is here, and it is learning us." The revelation came from Alfred. He was late meeting us, and when he finally scrambled into the fort, his face was pale, his glasses askew. He'd been at the library, hiding from Tommy Gable and his friends in the history section. Bored, he pulled down a heavy, leather-bound book of local town records, and he found a pattern. "It is the dates," he whispered, his voice trembling. "Every 7 years, exactly, in the fall." He showed us the notes he scribbled on a scrap of paper. 1919, 1926, 1933, on and on, right up to the present. And next to each date was a small, handwritten notation. Not a name, but a description. The smiling gentleman, the shambling miner, the laughing child. And next to the most recent entry, 7 years prior, was a single word, Grinner. "What are they?" Jackie asked, her voice small. "They ray what people see," Alfred said, "before someone disappears. It is always a child, and it is always in the fall. And it is almost fall now." A cold dread settled over us, a tangible thing in the close air of the fort. It was Charles who gave it a name. He looked at each of us, his blue eyes holding a terrible, adult knowledge. "It is a shapeshifter," he said. "It takes a form from your head, from what you fear most. It wears people like clothes. And it is hungry. It has been feeding on this town for a long, long time. The knowledge changed everything. The town itself became a suspect. The whispering of the leaves in the old oaks on Main Street sounded like conspirators. The way the streetlights hummed and flickered at night felt like a signal. The iron smell in the air was the smell of old blood. We started seeing things, or thought we did. A face in a window would be gone when we looked twice. A shadow would stretch too long in the wrong direction. The world had become a thin veneer, and behind it, something old and patient was pressing through. The climax began on the last day of August. The air had turned crisp, and the light had taken on the sharp, golden quality of impending autumn. Emily Shaw was still missing. The search parties had long since given up. The town had retreated into itself, into a kind of sullen, fearful acceptance. We were in the woods, near the entrance to the storm drains. It was a large, circular opening of crumbling concrete, like a mouth waiting to swallow the next rainfall. It was the place from my dreams. We had decided, with the unshakable logic of children who have run out of options, that we had to go in. We had to find its lair. "It's down there," Charles said, his voice echoing faintly in the pipe's entrance. "I can feel it." We had flashlights, but their beams seemed weak and pathetic against the absolute blackness within. The air that flowed out was cold and carried a smell of decay and damp clay and something else, something metallic and sweet, like rotten honey. One by one, we ducked inside. The tunnel was wider than I had imagined, tall enough for us to walk upright. The floor was covered in a thin layer of stagnant water that reflected our flashlight beams in shaky, distorted patterns. The only sounds were the drip of water, the scuff of our sneakers, and the ragged sound of our own breathing. Kada's stutter had vanished, replaced by a terrified silence. Gerald walked with his jaw clenched so tight I thought his teeth might break. We walked for what felt like miles, turning through a labyrinth of identical concrete passages. The air grew colder, and then we began to hear it. A sound that was not water and not us. It was a soft, shuffling sound, like something being dragged. And underneath it, a low, wet chuckle. Jackson shone his light down a side tunnel. The beam illuminated a figure. It was a man, his back to us, wearing a familiar plaid shirt. Gerald gasped. "Dad," he whispered. The figure began to turn, slowly, stiffly. It was then that I saw its feet wearing tea touching the water. They were dragging through it. Charles grabbed Gerald's arm. "It's not him, Gerald. It's not." The thing that was wearing Gerald's father's skin turned its head all the way around, a full rotation, with a sound of cracking cartilage. The face was bloated and white, the eyes milky and dead. It smiled, and water poured from its mouth. We ran. Our footsteps echoed like gunshots in the tunnels. The thing's wet, dragging sound followed us, never getting closer, never falling behind. It was hurting us. We burst into a larger chamber, a junction where several tunnels met. The ceiling was higher here, lost in shadow. And in the center of the chamber, standing perfectly still, was the clown from my dreams. It was even worse in person. The white paint of its face was cracked and flaking, like old porcelain. The red of its smile was a garish, bloody gash. Its eyes were voids, pits of nothingness that seemed to drink the light from our flashlights. It held a single, deflated balloon on a string. It didn't move. It just watched us. And then it spoke. Its voice was a collection of sounds, the rasp of a rusty hinge, the gurgle of a clogged drain, the whisper of a dead child. "You came," it gurgled. "I have so many faces. Which one do you like best?" It began to change. Its form shimmered like a heat haze. For a second, it was the dead father, water streaming from its sleeves. Then it was a tall man with no features at all. Then it was a little girl, Emily Shaw, her eyes wide with terror. "Help me," the little girl pleaded in a tiny voice. Then it was the clown again. "I am the fear you swallow before you sleep," it said, its clown face grinning. "I am the shape in the corner of your eye. I have been here since before your town had a name. I am hunger." Charles stepped forward. He was trembling, but his voice was steady. "You ray not taking anyone else." The thing laughed, a sound that felt like insects crawling inside my skull. "Brave little morsel. I will enjoy the taste of your courage." It started towards us, its movements unnaturally fluid. That S when Alfred did something astonishing. He stepped forward, right in front of Charles. He took off his smudged glasses and threw them into the dark water. "You ray not scary," he said, his voice clear and strong, without a trace of a stutter. He was looking at the thing not with terror, but with a profound, bottomless pity. "You ray just lonely. You ray just empty." The thing paused. The painted smile on the clown face seemed to falter, just for a fraction of a second. It was a mistake. In that moment of hesitation, Charles shouted, "Now!" It was a plan we had never discussed, born of a desperate, shared instinct. We didn't fight it with fists or weapons. We fought it with our memory. We surrounded it, not touching it, but speaking. We spoke of good things, of sunlight on the river, of the taste of stolen peaches, of my mother's laugh, of the sound of the swing set in the summer. We poured our memories of light and life into that dark chamber, a shield of remembered joy. The thing recoiled. It shrieked, a sound that was the antithesis of every happy sound we were making. It writhed, its form flickering through a nightmare gallery of faces, each one more terrible than the last. The air grew thick and heavy, and the concrete walls seemed to pulse. It was working. We were hurting it with the simple, ordinary beauty of our lives. But it was old, and we were just children. With a final, furious effort, it focused on Alfred. It became the perfect bully, the sneering face of every kid who had ever pushed him down. It lunged for him. Charles shoved Alfred out of the way. The thing's clawed hand, now a twisted parody of a human limb, raked across Charles's chest. He cried out and fell. The spell was broken. The thing let out a triumphant gurgle and loomed over him. That's when I saw it. A narrow crack in the chamber wall, behind where the thing had been standing. A faint, sickly green light emanated from it, and in that light I saw its true shape. It had no shape. It was a roiling, shifting mass of darkness, a hole in reality, a sentient hunger. The clown, the father, the little girl, they were just puppets. This was the puppeteer. The light, I screamed. Look at the light behind it. That's it. That's what it really is. The thing froze. It turned its void-like eyes toward me, and for the first time, I felt a pure, undiluted hatred that was not for a child, but for the one who had seen its secret. It let out a shriek of pure rage, and then, like a candle being snuffed, it was gone. The chamber was empty, save for us, the dripping water, and the fading echo of its hate. We half carried, half dragged Charles out of the tunnels. The gash on his chest was deep, but it wasn't bleeding blood. It was seeping a black, oily substance that smelled of the Tunnel S decay. He survived, but he was never the same. None of us were. We never spoke of it again. Not to each other, not to anyone. What would we have said? We had faced the void beneath our town, and we had, in some small way, wounded it. But we hadn't killed it. You can kill a hole. You can only hope it forgets your name. The years passed. We grew up. Jackson became an accountant, his jokes replaced by a quiet desperation. Gerald joined the army, perhaps hoping to find a monster he could actually shoot. Jackie moved away, and I heard she married a kind man. Cade became a speech therapist. Alfred, to everyone else's surprise, became a history teacher. Charles stayed in Blackwater. He lives alone in a small house near the woods. He never married. He spends his days carving small figures from wood. Birds, mostly. But sometimes, if you look closely, the birds have too many eyes, or their bairns are twisted into a familiar, terrible smile. I became a writer. I suppose that was inevitable. I've written many stories, but never this one. Until now, because something has happened. I am an old man now. I returned to Blackwater a week ago. Charles is sick, dying. The doctors say it is cancer, but I see the look in his eyes, and I know it is the same blackness that seeped from his wound all those years ago, finally claiming him from within. I sit by his bed, in the quiet of his small house. The air smells of dust and medicine, and that faint, ever-present scent of iron. He is sleeping fitfully. Outside his window, the grandchildren of the children we once were playing. And in the backyard of the house next door, there is a swing set. It is new, made of bright blue metal. A little boy is on the swing. He is pumping his legs, going higher and higher. Back and forth, and I hear it. A small, rhythmic complaint. A dry, leathery squeak. It is the same sound. Exactly the same. I look from the swinging boy to Charles' face. His eyes are open now. He is staring at me, and his blue eyes hold that same terrible knowledge they held when we were 12. He doesn't need to speak. I understand. It was never gone. It was just waiting. Waiting for the children who remembered it to grow old, to grow weak. Waiting for a new generation to fear. The cycle was never broken. It was only paused. The squeak continues, a metronome marking time. It is almost fall. The light is turning gold. And in the growing shadows of the room, I think I see a shape begin to detach itself from the corner. It has no form yet. It is just a darkness, waiting to be filled. It is learning us all over again. The first thing I remember is the squeak. The sound was a needle, stitching the present to the past. It was the exact pitch, the same dry protest of metal on metal that had filled the air on the last day of summer, a lifetime ago. The little boy on the swing laughed, oblivious, his joy a stark contrast to the cold dread solidifying in my gut. Charles S. hand, thin and papery, gripped mine. His voice was a rustle of dead leaves. "You hear it," he said. It wasn't a question. I could only nod, my throat too tight for words. I watched the boy, his small form arcing against the sky. Back and forth, back and forth. The rhythm was hypnotic, a lure. I forced my eyes away, scanning the periphery of the yard. The shadows under the oak tree seemed deeper than they should be, too still. The late afternoon sun cast long, distorted shapes that wavered at the edge of vision. "It's testing the air," Charles whispered. His gaze was fixed on the ceiling, but I knew he wasn't seeing the cracked plaster. He was seeing the storm drain, the clown, the shifting void, tasting their fears. It's weaker than it was. We heard it. But a weak animal is a hungry animal. The squeaking stopped. I jerked my head back to the window. The boy had jumped from the swing and was running toward his house, called by an unseen voice. The empty swing continued to move, slowing its pendulum arc. And then it stopped. Not naturally. It froze dead still, as if held by an invisible hand. A woman, the boy's mother, I presumed, came out the back door. She glanced at the motionless swing, shrugged, and went back inside. She hadn't felt it, the wrongness, but I had. Charles had. We were tuned to it, a frequency only we could hear. "It knows we ray here," I said, the words tasting like ash. "It always knew," Charles replied. A fit of coughing racked his frail body. When it subsided, he was weaker, his breathing more shallow. "It's been waiting for me to make an opening." The implication hung in the air, more terrifying than any monster. His death would be a signal, a starting pistol. I thought of Alfred, clear-eyed and brave, of Jackie, who had run so far away, of Gerald, seeking a war he could win. Were their phones ringing? Were they feeling a sudden, unexplained chill? Were their children somewhere, hearing a familiar, terrifying squeak in their own backyards? The room grew darker as the sun dipped below the trees. I didn't turn on the lamp. The twilight felt appropriate, a between time when anything could take shape. The shadow in the corner deepened. It was just a shadow, I told myself, the way the dresser met the wall. But my heart hammered against my ribs. It was pooling there, gathering density. It was no longer waiting. It was listening. Charles' breathing changed, becoming a ragged, difficult sound. His eyes were wide, fixed on that corner. "It's choosing," he gasped. "Which face will scare them the most this time?" I stood up, my old bones protesting. I was not a brave child, and I am not a brave old man. But I was not going to let him face this alone. I walked to the corner of the room, my shadow merging with the deeper darkness. I felt a coldness radiating from it, a dry, ancient cold that had nothing to do with temperature. I thought of the good things. I poured every happy memory I had left into that corner. The weight of my first published book, the smell of my wife's perfume, the sound of my daughter's first laugh. But the memories felt thin, faded. The fear was fresher. The darkness seemed to pulse. It was starting to take form. It was small, child-sized. A small, pale hand began to emerge from the gloom, fingers clutching a deflated red balloon. Charles made a sound, a final, desperate exhale, and then silence. The squeaking started again outside, insistent, mocking. The thing in the corner was almost whole now. It wasn't T the clown. It was the little girl, Emily Shaw. She looked at me with empty eyes, and her lips parted. I knew what was coming. I knew what sound would come out. It would be the voice of every lost child, and it would call for help. I looked back at Charles. He was gone, and I was alone in the room with the thing that was learning our town all over again. The first face it would wear was the face of its first victim. It was starting the story from the beginning. I closed my eyes, but I could not close my ears. The first word was a whisper, soft as rotting silk. Help, the word hung in the air, a hook in my heart. I opened my eyes. The little girl stood perfectly still, a porcelain doll dressed in a faded sundress. Her face was a mask of innocent pleading, but the eyes were wrong. They were deep, stagnant pools, reflecting no light. "Help me," she whispered again, taking a small, shuffling step forward. The deflated balloon trailed from her hand, a dead thing. My mind screamed at me to run, to flee this room, this town, this memory. But my feet were rooted to the floorboards. Charles was gone. The last keeper of our secret had fallen. If I ran, the thing would simply follow. It would pour into the town like a fog, finding the new children, tasting their nascent fears. It would start again, and it would be stronger for having waited. It needed a story. That was what we had learned all those years ago. It fed on fear, but it clothed itself in narrative. It used the stories we told ourselves in the dark. And the only way to fight a story was with a better one. I did not look at the Emily thing. Instead, I turned my back on it, an act of will that felt like tearing my own skin. I walked slowly to Charles's bedside. I looked down at his face, now peaceful in a way it had never been in life. The knowledge was gone from his eyes, replaced by a simple, final emptiness. I began to speak, my voice low and steady, not to the thing, but to Charles. "I remember the fort," I said. "I remember the day we built it. The smell of the old wood. The way the sun came through the cracks in the boards." I reached out and placed my hand on his cold forehead. I remember Gerald trying to act tough, and Jackie punching him on the arm to make him shut up. I remember Cade trying to tell a joke and getting stuck on the punchline until we were all laughing with him, not at him. The room grew colder. I felt a presence at my back, a patient, listening silence. It was curious. "I remember the taste of the lemonade your mother made," I continued, my voice gaining strength. "Too sweet, with bits of pulp floating in it. We drank it all and felt sick. We complained, but it was the best thing I'd ever tasted." A soft, dragging sound came from behind me. A small foot scuffing across the floor. I kept my eyes on Charles. I remember Alfred. I remember the day he stood up to it. He He wasn't stuttering then. He was the bravest of us all. The dragging sound stopped. The Emily thing was right behind me now. I could feel the chill of its non-life radiating through my jacket. I could smell the damp clay of the tunnels, the rotten honey. It was trying to break me with my own memory. It was using Emily to remind me of our failure, of the one we couldn't save. But I leaned into the memory. I gave it everything. Her name was Emily Shaw, I said, my voice cracking. She had a yellow bicycle with a white basket. She liked to pick dandelions and make chains out of them. She was real. The thing was silent. I had surprised it. I had given it a fact, a truth, instead of a fear. I finally turned around. The Emily thing was there, inches from me. Its head was cocked, its expression one of blank confusion. The pathetic imitation of a child was fraying at the edges. For a moment, I could see the void swirling behind its eyes, the hungry nothingness that was its true form. "It's over," I said, not with bravery, but with a profound and utter exhaustion. "This story is done. We are the last ones who remember the real Emily. When we are gone, she is yours, but you can't have her yet." I reached out, not to touch the thing, but to the space where it stood. I thought of the finality of death, of the peace Charles had found. I thought of the simple, unremarkable beauty of a life lived. I poured not joy, but acceptance into the air between us. An ending. The Emily thing's form shuddered. The features blurred, the dress dissolving into shadow. The balloon vanished. For a single, breathtaking second, I saw it clearly a vortex of absolute desolation, a scream given form. And then, with a sound like a sigh of dry leaves, it was gone. The room was just a room again. The shadow in the corner was just a shadow. The squeaking outside had stopped. I sat back down in the chair beside Charles's bed. I was trembling. I had not beaten it. I had not even fought it. I had simply refused to play my part. I had ended the chapter, but stories have a way of continuing. Downstairs, the front door opened and closed. Footsteps, young and light, sounded in the hall. A boy's voice called out, "Grandpa, the swing's broken. It won't move." I looked at Charles, then toward the door. The cycle was paused, not broken. The hunger remained. But for tonight, for this last night of watching over my friend, it was enough. The story was mine to tell, and for now, I had chosen to end it with quiet and with memory. The boy's voice echoed up the stairs, a bright, living sound in the silent house. I didn't answer. I just listened to his footsteps as he explored the lower floor. A new character entering a story he didn't know he was in. He was Charles' great-nephew, I remembered. His name was Leo. He came by every day after school. I heard him stop at the bottom of the stairs. "Grandpa." He called again, his voice smaller now, tinged with uncertainty. He must have sensed it, the change in the air, the finality that had settled over the upper floor. I knew I should go down. I should tell him his grandfather was gone. I should be the adult, the comforter. but I couldn't move. The effort of facing the thing, of speaking it away, had left me hollow. I was a spent shell, and a deeper, more selfish part of me did not want to look into Leo's eyes. I did not want to see if that terrible knowledge was already there, waiting for a spark. The floorboard on the landing creaked. He was coming up, slowly, hesitantly. I could picture him, a boy of 10 or 11, with Charles' same stubborn chin, peering into the dim hallway. His head appeared in the doorway. His eyes, wide and brown, went from me, sitting rigid in the chair, to the still form on the bed. He understood instantly. His face crumpled, not into a loud cry, but into a quiet, profound sadness that was too old for his years. "He's gone," Leo whispered, more a statement to himself than a question to me. I nodded, my own throat tight. He walked into the room, his gaze fixed on Charles. He didn't seem afraid of the body. He approached the bed and touched his grandfather's hand with a tenderness that made my heart ache. "I knew he was sick," Leo said, his voice thick. But he said not to worry. He said he'd beaten worse. He looked at me then, and his eyes were clear, full of a sharp, painful intelligence. He was talking about you guys, wasn't he? The stories he wouldn't tell. The question hit me like a physical blow. Charles had spoken of us. He had carried the secret, but he had hinted at its edges. He had left a map for this boy without meaning to. "What stories?" I asked, my voice a dry croak. Leo shrugged, looking back at Charles. "Just that you were all brave once. That you knew about the quiet things, the hungry things." He said the words without irony, as if discussing the weather. Then he glanced toward the window. The swing-s broken. It-s stuck. It-s like something else holding it. The chill returned, seeping back into the room. It had not left. It had only retreated, waiting for my guard to drop. It had found a new ear to whisper into, a new, fertile imagination to take root in. Leo was not afraid of the dark in the corner, because he was already part of its story. I looked from Leo's earnest, grieving face to the empty corner. The victory I had felt moments before was ashes. You cannot kill a whole. You can only hope it forgets your name. But it never forgets. It just finds new names to learn. Leo was its new name. I stood up, my joints screaming. I had to get him out of this house. I had to call his parents. I had to do something, anything, to delay the inevitable. "Come on, Leo," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "Let us go downstairs." He allowed me to guide him out of the room. At the doorway, he paused and looked back one last time. "Goodbye, Grandpa," he whispered. As we descended the stairs, the house felt different. It was no longer a place of death and memory. It was a stage being reset. The old players were exiting. The new ones were taking their places. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep into my old bones, that I would not be leaving Blackwater again. My story was not over. It had just found its final chapter. I would have to stay. I would have to watch. And when the time came, I would have to find a way to tell Leo the one story I had never written down. The telephone was heavy and cold in my hand. I dialed the number for Leo's mother, my fingers clumsy. I kept my voice even, explaining that Charles had passed, that I was with Leo, that they should come. I avoided the boy's eyes as I spoke. After I hung up, the silence in the living room was immense. Leo sat on the edge of the sofa, his small hands clasped between his knees. He was staring at the faded floral pattern on the rug, but I could tell he wasn't really seeing it. It wasn't always a bad thing, he said quietly, without looking up. I froze, halfway to sitting in the armchair opposite him. What wasn't The quiet, he said. Grandpa said sometimes it just watched. Sometimes it just wanted to listen to us play. He said it was lonely. A cold knot tightened in my stomach. Charles had told him far more than hints. He had given the thing a motive, a personality. He had made it understandable. And nothing is more terrifying than a monster you can almost pity. Your grandfather was a kind man, I said carefully. He always tried to see the good, even where there wasn't any. Leo finally looked at me. But there is good, isn't there? You have to take the good with the bad. That's what Grandpa said about life. Is it different for them? The question was so innocent, so devastatingly logical. I had spent a lifetime building walls in my mind, separating the light from the dark. The thing in the tunnels was pure dark. It was a predator. But Charles, even at the end, had refused to see the world in such simple terms. He had left this boy a philosophy, not just a warning. I don't know, Leo, I admitted, and it was the truest thing I had said in years. I really don't. He nodded, accepting this. He looked toward the window, toward the backyard. It's not broken, the swing. It just doesn't want to move right now. Before I could respond, a car door slammed outside. Voices approached the house. Leo's parents. The moment was broken. He stood up, his face shifting back into the mask of a grieving child, the profound questions tucked away for later. The next few hours were a blur of hushed voices, arrangements, and sympathetic tears. I was a ghost in the proceedings, the old friend from out of town. I offered to make tea, to answer the phone, anything to keep my hands and mind busy. But my attention was fixed on Leo. He stayed close to his mother, but his eyes kept drifting to the stairs, to the window, to the shadows gathering in the hall as evening deepened. When the time came for them to leave, his mother hugged me. "Thank you for being with him," she said. "Charles always spoke so highly of you. He said you were the storyteller." The word felt like an accusation. Leo was at the door, putting on his jacket. He looked back at me, and for a second, the mask slipped. There was no fear in his eyes, only a deep, unsettling curiosity. He was waiting for the rest of the story. After they left, the house was truly empty. The silence was no longer just an absence of sound. It was a presence. I walked through the rooms, turning on every light I could find, but the darkness felt persistent, pooled just outside the circles of illumination. I ended up back in Charles S. bedroom. The bed had been stripped. The window was open a crack, letting in the cool night air. I stood where the thing had been, where the little girl had stood. The air was still, normal, but Leo S. words echoed in my head. It was lonely. It was a seed, a different kind of story. What if we had been wrong all along? What if our fear was the only thing that gave it a sharp and terrible shape? What if Charles, in his kindness, had stumbled upon a truth we were too terrified to see? I looked out the window. The swing set was a skeletal blue shape in the moonlight. The swing was perfectly still. I knew then that I would not tell Leo the story of the clown, of the storm drain, of the terrible smile. That was my story, born of my fear. His story was just beginning. And perhaps, this time, it could be different. Perhaps the monster didn't have to be a monster if you offered it something other than fear. It was a dangerous, foolish hope. But it was the only one I had left. The writer in me sat down in the chair by the empty bed, and I began, very quietly, to compose a new ending. The first thing I did was call a realtor in the city and put my apartment up for sale. The decision was made with a calm finality that surprised me. There were no other options. I could not leave Leo to face this inheritance alone. I rented a small, sparse house on the other side of town, a place with no history, no hidden corners. For a week, I did nothing but unpack and walk the streets of Blackwater. The town had changed, grown, but its bones were the same. The old storm drain where we had first seen the painted smile was still there, now covered by a heavier, rusted grate. The library where Emily Shaw had last been seen was now a community center. The past was everywhere, layered over but not erased. I saw Leo sometimes, walking home from school with his friends. He never saw me. I watched the easy way he laughed, the normalcy of his boyhood, and a part of me wanted to preserve it, to let the silence remain unbroken. But every time, I also saw the way he would glance toward certain shadows, or pause for a moment too long before crossing the street, as if listening for something. The knowledge was in him, sleeping. My chance came on a blustery autumn afternoon. I was sitting on a bench in the park, watching dry leaves skitter in circles, when he approached me. He stood a few feet away, his hands shoved in his pockets. "My mom said you moved here," he said. It wasn't a question. "I did," I replied. "It was time to come home." He nodded, looking out at the empty playground. The swing at Grandpa's house still doesn't move, even when the wind is strong. "I know." He sat down on the bench, leaving a careful space between us. The silence stretched, filled only by the wind and the distant shouts of other children. "He left me a box," Leo said finally. "Mom just gave it to me yesterday. It's got some of his old stuff, a pocket knife, a baseball card, and a notebook." My blood ran cold. I kept my face still. "A notebook? Yeah, it's mostly empty. But There's one page with writing on it. It just says a list of names. Your name is there, and some others. And at the bottom, it says, The Quiet Boy. The Quiet Boy. That was what we had called it before it had chosen its first face, before we had given it a story to wear. Charles had written it down. He had passed the key. What do you think it means, Leo? I asked, my voice gentle. He kicked at a leaf near his foot. I think it's what you were. You and Grandpa. A club. And I think the quiet boy is still here. He looked at me, his eyes clear and direct. And I think you're here to tell me about him. The moment had arrived. The story was asking to be told, but not the story of fear, not the story of the monster. A different story. Yes, I said, but it's not the story you might be expecting. It's a story about being lonely and about being brave in different ways. I patted the bench beside me. Come on, I said. It's a long story, and we have time. He moved closer, and as I began to speak, I chose my words with the care of a lifetime. I did not start with the darkness. I started with the fort and the lemonade and the sound of our laughter echoing in the tunnels. A small, brave noise against the immense and waiting silence. The words felt strange in my mouth, like trying to speak a forgotten language. I told him about the warmth of the sun on the old wood, the way Gerald would always try to be the boss, and how Jackie S. sharp wit could cut him down to size. I described Cade S. terrible jokes, and how we laughed not because they were funny, but because his own laughter was so infectious. I painted a picture of a perfect, ordinary day, the kind of day that seems insignificant until it becomes the foundation of everything that comes after. Leo listened, utterly still. He wasn't looking at me anymore. He was staring toward the playground. But I could tell he was seeing the past I was describing. The quiet boy was there that day. I continued, my voice softening. He was always there in the edges of things. He wasn't bad, not then. He was just a part. He liked to listen. He liked the noise we made. It made him feel less alone. This was the new story, the dangerous one. It was a lie built on a fragile truth. The thing had been drawn to our vitality, but not out of loneliness, out of hunger. But I was changing the recipe. I was taking the poison and calling it medicine. What happened? Leo asked, his voice barely a whisper. We saw him, I said. Just a glimpse. A pale face in the shadow of the tunnel. We were scared. When you ray young, anything different is frightening. We ran, and we never went back to the fort again. I left out Alfred S. stuttering terror. I left out the way the thing had learned to mimic Emily S. voice, calling to us from the darkness. I left out the smell of rotten honey. We thought we made him angry by running away, I said. And maybe we did. But your grandfather, even back then, he felt sorry for him. He thought the quiet boy was just sad. Leo absorbed this, his brow furrowed in thought. So he is not a monster. The question hung in the air between us. I looked at this boy, this descendant of my brave friend, and I made a choice that would change everything. A monster is a story we tell, I said, and stories can be changed. Your grandfather believed that. He believed that if we weren't afraid, the quiet boy wouldn't have to be scary. It was a beautiful, seductive idea. It was also a potentially catastrophic one. I was handing him a narrative that could either disarm the ancient fear or invite it directly into his life with open arms. I think I saw him, Leo said, his eyes widening slightly. Last night, in my room, just a shape. I wasn't scared, though. I just closed my eyes and thought about the fort, about the lemonade. And when I looked again, he was gone. A chill that had nothing to do with the autumn wind went through me. It was working. The story was taking root. He was offering it a new role to play, and it was accepting. For now. That was very brave, Leo, I said. Just like your grandfather. He smiled then, a small, proud smile. The school bell rang in the distance, signaling the end of recess. He stood up. I have to go. He took a few steps, then turned back. Will you tell me more tomorrow about the others? About Emily. The name, spoken aloud in the bright daylight, was like a crack in the world. I had carefully avoided it, but he had found it, perhaps in the notebook, perhaps in some deeper knowing. Yes, I heard myself say. I'll tell you about Emily. As he ran off to join his friends, I remained on the bench. The wind felt colder now. I had started something I could not control. I was no longer just a keeper of the past. I was an author of the future. And I had just written the quiet boy a new part in a story that was no longer mine alone. I had given it a chance to be something else. I just prayed I hadn't given it a chance to be something worse. The next day, I waited for Leo on the same bench. The sky was a flat, gray sheet, and the air smelled of coming rain. I had spent a sleepless night wrestling with the story of Emily. How could I tell it without the horror? How could I spin the single, most terrifying moment of my life into a tale of misunderstood loneliness? Leo arrived, his footsteps quiet on the damp path. He sat down without a word, pulling his knees up to his chin. He looked tired. He was back, he said, not looking at me. The quiet boy. He was standing by my window. But he wasn't just a shape this time. He looked sad. My heart hammered against my ribs. It was adapting to the new narrative with terrifying speed. What did you do? I asked him what he wanted, Leo whispered. But he didn't answer. He just faded away like smoke. I knew then that I had to be more careful than ever. The story was no longer just words. It was a dialogue. Leo, I began, my voice low and serious. What we ray doing at S like walking on a very thin rope. We have to be careful not to fall. I know, he said, and there was a gravity in his tone that belonged to a much older person. But we can just leave him sad. That S what Grandpa would have done. He would have tried to help. He had Charles S. stubborn kindness, and it was going to get him killed. Or worse. I had to anchor the story in something real, something that would warn him without pushing him away. "Emily," I said, and the name was a key turning in a long-locked door. Emily was like you. She was curious, and she was kind. She thought the quiet boy was just a lost child. This was the barest thread of truth, stretched to its breaking point. Emily had been the first to suggest we try to talk to it. She went into the tunnel alone one afternoon. I continued, staring at my own wrinkled hands. She wanted to see if he would talk to her. She wanted to be his friend. Leo was holding his breath. What happened? She never came out. I let the sentence hang in the cold air. We searched for days. The police dragged the creek. They found nothing. Not a shoe, not a hair ribbon. It was as if the world had simply swallowed her. I finally looked at him. She wasn't afraid, Leo. And that was the problem. The quiet boy doesn't always understand the difference between friendship and possession. He doesn't know how to let go. Leo's face was pale. He understood the lesson hidden inside the fable. Curiosity was one thing. Invitation was another. "So we can let him in," he said softly. "We can acknowledge him," I said. "We can refuse to be afraid. But we must never, ever invite him in. That is the rule. The only rule that matters." He nodded slowly, absorbing this. The first drops of rain began to fall, spotting the wooden bench around us. We stood up to leave. "Tomorrow," Leo said, turning up his collar. "Will you tell me about the clown?" I felt a jolt of pure, undiluted fear. The clown. The thing's favorite mask. The one it wore when it stopped being lonely and started being hungry. "That's a different story," I said, my voice tight. "A much darker one." "I know," he said, and he turned and walked away through the drizzle, leaving me standing in the rain. He knew about the clown. The notebook, or his own nights spent listening, had told him. The story was already written. I was just the reader, and I was running out of pages to edit. The past was rushing in, and my carefully built fables were beginning to crumble under its weight. The rain fell harder, soaking through my jacket. I watched Leo until he disappeared around a corner, a small figure swallowed by the gray town. The clown. He had said the word with a knowing certainty that left no room for my sanitized versions. The past was not a story I could rewrite after all. It was a ghost, and it had its own voice. I didn't go back to my empty rented house. Instead, I walked through the downpour to the old cemetery on the hill. The iron gates were rusted open. I found Charles's grave easily, a fresh mound of earth covered in a garish, rain-sodden blanket of flowers. I stood there, water dripping from my hair, and felt a profound and foolish anger at my old friend. "You told him too much," I whispered to the headstone. "You gave him the keys and left me to clean up the mess. But that wasn't fair. Charles had left the notebook, but he had also left Leo his heart. He had believed in redemption, even for the thing in the tunnels. I had only believed in survival, a car slowed on the road behind me, its tires hissing on the wet asphalt. It was Leo's mother. She rolled down the passenger window, her face concerned. "Are you all right?" she called out. "Do you need a ride?" I forced a smile and shook my head. "Just paying my respects. I'm fine, thank you." She hesitated, then nodded and drove on. But as the car pulled away, I saw Leo in the backseat. He wasn't looking at me. He was staring straight ahead, his expression unreadable. Had she been looking for me? Or had Leo asked her to drive this way? The paranoia was a familiar, sickening feeling. It was the same feeling from childhood, the sense that every coincidence was orchestrated, that the thing was pulling strings just to watch us dance. I was slipping back into the old patterns, the old fear. I left the cemetery and walked to the town library, now housed in a modern building next to the old community center. I needed facts. I needed to ground myself in something real. I found the microfilm archives for the local paper and spent the next 2 hours scrolling through the brittle ghosts of 60-year-old news. There it was, October 12th. Local girl vanishes. The article was brief, full of the polite uncertainties of a smaller, more trusting time. Emily Shaw, 9, was last seen near the storm drains on Oak Street. Foul play is not suspected, but police are pursuing all leads. Foul play is not suspected. The phrase was a monument to their ignorance. I scrolled forward day after day through the dwindling coverage. Then, a week later, a small follow-up piece. An anonymous tip had led police to question several local children about their activities near the drains. The article named us: Gerald Miller, Jacqueline Price, Cade Brown, Alfred Sims, Charles, and me. We were just a group of children who were known to play in the area. We had been interrogated in our own living rooms by polite, bewildered officers. We had told them nothing, bound by a terror deeper than any authority. But someone had talked. Someone had pointed the finger at our group. An anonymous tip. I leaned back from the machine, the hum of the microfilm reader loud in my ears. I had always assumed it was a neighbor, an adult who had seen us running from the tunnels that day. But what if it wasn't? What if the tip had come from one of us? The thought was ice water. Which one of us had broken the silence? And why? The answer felt inevitable. A piece of a puzzle clicking into place after a lifetime of being upside down. Alfred. Stuttering, terrified Alfred, who had nightmares for a year afterward. He would have wanted it to stop. He would have wanted the adults to find the bad thing and make it go away. He had tried to tell, in the only way he knew how, and nothing had happened. The police found nothing. The world moved on, and Alfred had to live with the knowledge that he had broken our vow for nothing. He had spoken, and the silence had swallowed his words whole. I left the library as it was closing, the sky already dark. The rain had stopped, leaving the streets glistening under the streetlights. I now had another story to tell Leo, one I had never known myself. It wasn't about monsters or clowns. It was about a scared little boy who tried to tell the truth and was failed by the world. It was a story of betrayal and helplessness. It was, perhaps, the most human story of them all. And it was the one the quiet boy would never want him to hear. The streetlights cast long, wavering reflections on the wet pavement, like pathways to another world. I walked slowly, the weight of the newly discovered past heavy on my shoulders. Alfred. I had lost touch with all of them after that summer, but I remembered Alfred S. face, pale and perpetually startled, his eyes wide with a fear that never seemed to fade. He had tried to save us, and in doing so, he had shown us that no one could. When I reached my small house, the air inside was cold and still. I made tea, but didn't drink it. I just sat at the kitchen table, watching the steam rise and vanish. The story was changing again, not because I was rewriting it, but because I was finally seeing the missing pieces. The quiet boy hadn't he just taken Emily? It had taken our trust in each other. It had sown a silence among us that was deeper and more lasting than any it could create on its own. The next afternoon, Leo was waiting for me on the bench. He looked older in the stark autumn light, the shadows under his eyes more pronounced. He didn't speak when I sat down, just looked at me, waiting. I figured something out yesterday. I began, bypassing any preamble, about what happened after Emily disappeared. I told him about the newspaper article, about the anonymous tip. I watched his face as I explained my theory about Alfred. He listened intently, his jaw tight. "So one of your friends told?" he asked, his voice quiet with a kind of disappointed awe. He was scared, I said. He thought the adults could fix it. He learned that they couldn't. That was the real horror, Leo. Not the monster in the dark, but the realization that the people who were supposed to protect us were powerless. Leo was silent for a long time, processing this. The quiet boy, it likes that, doesn't it? It likes when we ray alone. Yes, I said, the word a sigh of relief. He understood. That is its favorite thing. Not fear, not even the taking. It's the isolation. It wraps you in silence until you think the silence is all there is. He nodded, looking down at his hands. The clown, he said, returning to it with a grim determination. It's not sad, is it? The clown is what happens when it stops pretending. There was no protecting him from it now. The story demanded truth. The clown is a lie, I said. A bright, smiling lie that hides the emptiness inside. It used that face to lure others. After Emily, it grew stronger. It learned how to pretend to be happy to get what it wanted. And Grandpa knew. He knew about the clown. He saw it, I whispered, the memory surfacing like a bruise. We all saw it, one last time. It was in the tunnel, painted in the light from a street lamp. It was smiling, and its smile was the most terrible thing I have ever seen. It wasn't trying to be our friend anymore. It was showing us what it was. What did you do? Leo's eyes were wide, locked on mine. We ran, and we never looked back. We never spoke of it again. Not to each other, not to anyone. That was the vow we made, a vow of silence. The wind picked up, rattling the bare branches of the trees above us. Leo shivered, but he didn't look away. But you, Ray, speaking now. You, Ray, breaking the vow. I said, because the silence failed. It didn't protect us. It just made us carry the weight alone. Your grandfather knew that. He broke the silence first by leaving you that notebook. I am just following his lead. Leo stood up abruptly. He paced a few steps in front of the bench, then turned to face me. I want to see it. My heart stopped. No, Leo, that is the one thing you must never do. Not to invite it in, he said, his voice trembling but firm. Just to see, to know it as real. So I am not just listening to stories. So I know what I am facing. It was the same reckless courage that had defined Charles. It was a terrible, beautiful mistake in the making. I saw the plea in his eyes. He needed to see the monster to believe he could face it. He needed to look into the smile to know it was a lie. The storm drain, he said. The one by your old fort. That S where it started. That S where it still is. Isn't he it? I could only nod, a cold dread settling in my stomach. The story was no longer mine to tell. It was his to live, and he was choosing to walk into the dark. The old fort was gone, of course. The vacant lot was now a small, neglected park with a single rusted swing set. But the storm drain was still there, a dark mouth of crumbling concrete half hidden by overgrown weeds and a shroud of dead ivy. It looked smaller than I remembered, insignificant. But the feeling was the same. A coldness seemed to radiate from it, a pocket of perpetual winter. We stood at the edge of the trees, watching. The sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and purple, but the light seemed to die before it reached the drain. You don't have to do this, Leo, I said, my voice sounding thin and reedy. Knowing is enough. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on the darkness. Knowing from a story isn't knowing. It's just believing. I need to see. He took a step forward, and I grabbed his arm. The contact was startling. His arm was thin, a boy's arm. If you see it, it sees you. It will know you. It will remember your grandfather. It will remember me. That's the point, he said, gently pulling his arm free. I'm not going in. I'm just going to look. He walked toward the drain with a resolve that left me rooted to the spot, a spectator to my own nightmare. I wanted to scream, to drag him back, but a deeper, more terrifying instinct held me silent. This was the culmination of everything. Charles's belief, my stories, Leo's courage. It was happening, and I was powerless to stop it. He stopped about 10 feet from the opening. The last of the daylight glinted off something in his hand. I hadn't noticed it before. It was a small, tarnished silver whistle, the one Charles always used to carry. Leo put it to his lips, but didn't blow. It was a totem, a connection. Hello, Leo's voice was clear and steady, cutting through the evening quiet. It wasn't a challenge. It was a greeting. Silence. The wind died down. world seemed to be holding its breath. Then a sound. A soft, scraping noise from inside the drain, like something dry being dragged over concrete. Leo didn't flinch. He took another step forward. "I know you're there," he said. "My grandpa was Charles. He was your friend." The scraping stopped. A deeper silence followed, so profound it felt like pressure on the ears. I saw Leo's shoulders tense. He was staring into the blackness, his body rigid with concentration. A shape began to form in the darkness. It was not the pale boy, nor the grinning clown. It was a shifting, indistinct shadow that seemed to drink the fading light. It had no clear features, but I felt its attention like a physical weight. It was focusing on Leo. Leo took a shallow, shaky breath. He was afraid now. The bravado was gone, replaced by the raw, genuine emotion. But he didn't run. The shadow in the drain pulsed, and for a single, horrifying second, it resolved into a familiar form. It was Charles, not as an old man, but as the boy I remembered from that final day at the fort. He was smiling, a warm, inviting smile. He raised a hand, beckoning. Leo made a small, choked sound. "Grandpa." It was a perfect imitation, a memory made flesh from shadow. It was the cruelest trick, the most potent lure. My own heart broke seeing it, but Leo didn't move toward it. He lifted the whistle again, his hand trembling. "You're not him," he whispered. And then he spoke the words I had given him, the lesson from the story of Alfred. "You just want me to be alone." The image of Charles wavered. The smile tightened, strained at the edges. The warmth in its eyes flickered and died, replaced by a flat, ancient emptiness. The shape collapsed back into a formless dark mass. The scraping sound returned, louder this time, angrier. It was a rejection. Leo stood his ground for a moment longer, then he slowly backed away. He didn't turn his back until he was beside me again, his face pale and slick with sweat. He was shaking. "It's real," he breathed, his eyes wide with a terror that was now earned, not imagined. "Yes," I said, putting a hand on his shoulder. "It's real." We turned and walked away from the drain, the scraping sound fading behind us. He had seen it. He had faced it. He had not invited it in. He had, I hoped, shown it that he would not be isolated. But he had also confirmed its existence in the most direct way possible. The story was no longer a tale told on a park bench. It was a shared reality between the three of us, me, the boy, and the thing in the dark. The game had changed forever. The walk back to my house was conducted in a silence more profound than any we had shared before. It was not the silence of fear, but of absorption. Leo was internalizing the reality of what he had witnessed, and I was grappling with the consequences of having allowed it to happen. The streetlights flickered on, one by one, casting our long, distorted shadows ahead of us on the pavement. When we reached my gate, Leo finally spoke. His voice was hushed, as if the thing might hear us from miles away. "It showed me Grandpa. I is a threat," I said. "What it showed you was a promise of connection, of an end to loneliness. That is a much more powerful lure than fear. It knew your heart, Leo. It knew exactly what to offer." He nodded, understanding the subtlety of the trap. "It didn't like it when I said I wasn't alone. No, it didn't." He looked up at me, his young face etched with a new, grim maturity. "So that's how we fight it. We stay together. We keep telling the stories." The simplicity of it was both beautiful and terrifying. "Yes, that is the only way." He turned to go, then paused. "Will you be all right, alone tonight?" The question startled me. In his concern, I saw the ghost of his grandfather. "I have been alone with it for 60 years, Leo. I will be fine." It was a lie, but a necessary one. After he left, I went inside and locked the door. The house felt different. The silence was no longer empty. It was watchful. I had spent a lifetime building walls of quiet around my memories, and in one afternoon, Leo had torn them down. The thing knew I was its chronicler now. It knew I was arming another generation against it. I slept fitfully, my dreams a chaotic jumble of past and present. I was a child running through endless tunnels, the sound of a clown's laughter echoing behind me. I was an old man standing by a grave, whispering secrets to a headstone. I was sitting on a park bench, but the boy listening to me had Leo's face and Charles's eyes. A sound woke me, a soft, rhythmic tapping, not at the door, but at the window pane. My bedroom was on the second floor. I lay perfectly still, my heart hammering against my ribs. The tapping came again, insistent, like a fingernail on glass. I knew I should not look. I knew it was an invitation of the most dangerous kind. But Leo's courage, or perhaps his recklessness, had infected me. I had to know. I slid out of bed and crept to the window, my bare feet cold on the floorboards. The moon was bright, illuminating the empty street below. There was nothing on the branch of the old oak tree that grew near the house. Nothing that could be tapping. I leaned closer, my breath fogging the glass. In the condensation, a word was being traced from the other side. A single word, written in a slow, deliberate script. "Hello." I stumbled back from the window, my throat tight. It was here. It wasn't in the tunnels anymore. It was following the story. It was following me. The rules were crumbling. My fables had not contained it. They had drawn a map straight to my door. The past wasn't just rushing in. It was already here, waiting outside my window, writing its name on the glass. Story 3. The light in the library was not a steady thing. It was a living breath, a pulse of amber in the heart of the house. It came from the great fireplace, where logs the size of sleeping children whispered and crackled, their flames dancing in a draft that seemed to originate from within the walls themselves. The light would swell, illuminating the cracked leather spines of books I had never read, throwing the brooding portrait of my great-grandfather into sharp relief. And then it would recede, pulling the shadows close like a blanket. In those moments of retreat, the room felt smaller, the shelves leaning in, the air thick with the smell of beeswax and slow decay. I would watch the patterns on the Persian rug shift and writhe, and it seemed to me that the house was not merely a structure of wood and stone, but a great, slumbering beast, and we were all living quietly within its ribs. My name is Kendall. This house, Blackwater Estate, was my entire world. It stood at the end of a long gravel drive, choked on both sides by ancient, grasping pines, a monument to a family whose fortune had bled away long before I was born. My guardian, Albert, was the last faithful servant, a man whose spine had fused into a permanent curve of deference, and whose voice was a dry rustle, like leaves skittering across stone. He kept the beast of a house alive, room by room, closing off the wings where the damp had taken root, and the silence had grown teeth. Our existence was a quiet ritual of meals taken in the cavernous dining room, walks along the overgrown paths of the garden, and long, silent evenings in the library, listening to the house settle around us. I was 22, and I had not been beyond the iron gates in 10 years. The world outside was a story I had half forgotten, a rumor of noise and confusion. The change began with the rain. It started as a soft tapping on the window panes, but within an hour, it was a furious drumming, a gray curtain that blotted out the pines and turned the world to water. It was on such a night that the bell at the gate sounded, a faint, desperate jangle that was almost swallowed by the storm. Albert, his face a mask of grim surprise, pulled on his oilskin coat and vanished into the downpour. He returned with a woman. She was drenched, her clothes clinging to a frame that was both delicate and fiercely present. Water streamed from her dark hair and pooled on the floorboards at her feet, but it was her eyes that held me. They were the color of a twilight sky, a deep and luminous gray, and they seemed to absorb the firelight rather than reflect it. She introduced herself as Doris. Her car, she said, had skidded off the muddy road a mile back. She had seen our lights through the trees. Albert was wary, his loyalty to our isolation a hard shell around him. But I was captivated. I had not seen a new face in a decade. There was an intensity to Doris, a stillness that felt ancient. She accepted dry clothes and a seat by the fire with a grace that suggested not gratitude, but a quiet claiming of what was offered. Her voice was low and melodic, and when she spoke, it seemed to smooth the rough edges of the storm-s fury. "You are very kind," she said to me, her gaze lingering on my face. It is not everyone who would open their doors on a night like this. Albert allowed her to stay in the guest room in the East Wing, a suite of rooms that had been shut up for years. He did it, I think, for me. He saw the desperate hunger for company in my eyes, a hunger I had not even known was there. That first night, as I lay in my own bed listening to the wind scream around the eaves, I felt a strange sensation, a warmth in the chill of the house. It was the simple, profound feeling of another soul breathing under the same roof. Doris did not leave the next day, or the day after that. The rain continued, washing out the road, making her stay seem like a matter of necessity. She became my shadow and my sun. We walked the halls together, and where I saw only dust and decay, she saw history. She would run a pale finger along the banister of the grand staircase and speak of the craftsman who had carved it. She would stand before a faded tapestry and seem to listen to the whispers of the threads. With her, the house ceased to be a prison and became a kingdom. Our bond deepened with an alarming speed. It was not like the friendships I had read about in novels. It was a swift, deep current that pulled me from the shore of my old life. We spent our days in the library, and she would read to me from the old books, poetry mostly, her voice weaving a spell that made the words feel new and dangerous. She never touched me, not at first, but her presence was a physical thing. I could feel the space she occupied in a room, a subtle shift in the air pressure, a warmth that gathered around her like an aura. It was shortly after her arrival that Albert took ill. It began with a tiredness, a pallor that settled into his already weathered skin. He insisted it was just a chill caught from the night of the storm, but his cough deepened, becoming a wet, rattling sound that echoed through the halls. He grew thin, the skin stretching tight over his cheekbones. I wanted to call a doctor, but Doris would gently dissuade me. "The road is still impassable, Kendall," she would say, her hand resting lightly on my arm, a touch that sent a jolt of warmth through me. And doctors frighten so easily. They see a lonely house, an old man, and they invent dramas. Let him rest. I have some knowledge of these things. It is a slow fever. It must run its course. She began to care for him, bringing him broths and teas she brewed from herbs she claimed to find in the overgrown kitchen garden. She would sit with him for hours in his small, tidy room next to the kitchen. I would sometimes pause outside the door, hearing the low murmur of her voice, a sound that was somehow both soothing and unsettling. After these visits, Albert would seem quieter, more distant, his eyes looking at me as if from a great distance. The house began to smell different, too. Beneath the familiar sense of wood smoke and dust, there was a new odor, faint but persistent. It was the smell of turned earth, of a garden after a hard rain, and something else, something metallic, like cold iron. I was too enthralled with Doris to see it clearly. My own health, paradoxically, bloomed. I had more energy than I could ever remember. My cheeks grew rosy, my senses sharpened until the world seemed etched in crystal detail. I felt invincible, wrapped in the cocoon of her attention. She was teaching me to see, she said, to really see. And I saw only her. The first real omen came on a night when the rain had finally ceased. A man named Barrett from the town came up the drive on a motorcycle, his tires spitting gravel. He was the son of the grocer who delivered our supplies, a practical man with a skeptical squint. He had come to check on us, he said, after the storm. Albert was too weak to see him, so I received Barrett in the library, with Doris sitting silently in a high-backed chair near the fire, a book open, but unread on her lap. Barrett was uneasy from the moment he stepped inside. His eyes darted around the room, taking in the shadows that seemed to cling too tightly to the corners. He kept glancing at Doris, who met his gaze with a serene and impenetrable calm. "Albert S. poorly?" he asked, his voice too loud in the hushed room. "A fever," I said. "He is recovering." Barrett shifted his weight. "There S talk in town, Miss Kendall. Dr. Evans says he hasn't been called out here. People worry. You being out here all alone." "I am not alone," I said, and I could not keep a note of pride from my voice. His eyes flicked to Doris again. "So I see." He hesitated. "There has been some trouble. Old Mr. Henderson down the road, he lost a cow. Not to predators, neither. No marks, just drained, white as parchment. And folks are feeling run down, like the life S been sucked right out of the valley." A log shifted in the fireplace, sending a shower of sparks up the chimney. In the sudden flare of light, I saw Doris smile, a small, secretive tightening of the lips that was gone in an instant. "It has been a long winter," Doris said, her voice smooth as oil. "People imagine things when the days are short." Barrett left soon after, his discomfort palpable. He promised to send up supplies. At the door, he turned to me, his face serious. "You take care, Miss Kendall. This house, it has a reputation. My granddad used to say it was built on wrong soil. After he was gone, the silence of the house felt heavier, more deliberate." Doris came to my side. "They fear what they do not understand," she whispered, her breath cool against my ear. "They fear strength. They fear us. Us." The word was a key turning in a lock deep inside me. That night, I could not sleep. The encounter with Barrett had stirred a faint dread in me, a memory of the world outside and its simple, suspicious ways. I went down to the kitchen for a glass of water. As I passed the door to Albert S. room, I heard a sound. It was not his cough. It was a voice, Doris S. voice. It was low, rhythmic, almost a chant. I pressed my ear to the cold wood. I could not make out the words, but the tone was unmistakable. It was not soothing. It was hungry. It was the sound of something drinking, something feeding. And underneath it, I heard another sound, a weak, wet gasp from Albert. A sound of utter exhaustion, of life being drawn out through a straw. I stumbled back, my heart hammering against my ribs. I fled to the kitchen, my hands trembling so violently I could barely pour the water. I told myself I had imagined it. The house played tricks. The wind sounded like voices. I was half asleep, but the image persisted. Doris, leaning over Albert S. bed in the dark, her form silhouetted by a light that came from nowhere, her voice a parasite in the quiet room. The next morning, Albert was worse. He was a ghost of himself, his skin translucent, his eyes sunken into purplish sockets. He looked at me as I brought him his breakfast, and there was a pleading in his gaze, a silent terror that struck me to my core. "Kendall," he rasped, his voice a dry leaf. "You must make her leave." "Who?" "Doris. She has been caring for you." His hand, cold and bony, clutched at my wrist with a surprising strength. No, not care. She is harvesting. He struggled for breath. She is not what she seems. She is old. So old. She feeds on the warmth, on the life. She is the reason the road washed out. She called the storm. I pulled my hand away, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. You ray delirious, Albert. It is the fever. He fell back against the pillows, his energy spent. The portrait, he whispered. Look at the portrait in the hall. The one of your great-great-grandmother. I left him, shaken, but still clinging to the reality Doris had built for me. She was waiting for me in the hall, her expression one of gentle concern. He is troubled, she said. The fever dreams are the worst. He speaks nonsense. I nodded, wanting to believe her. But later that day, I found myself standing before the portrait Albert had mentioned. I had passed it 1,000 times. It was of a woman named Serafina, painted just after her wedding. She was beautiful, with dark hair and a serene smile. I had never paid it much mind, but now I looked closer. The artist had captured a peculiar light in her eyes, a knowing depth, and the shape of her face, the arch of her brow. I felt a chill that had nothing to do with the drafty hall. It was Doris. The resemblance was uncanny, as if Doris had sat for the portrait over a century ago. The revelation did not come like a thunderclap. It seeped into me cold and slow, like groundwater rising. The unnatural vitality I felt. Albert S. rapid decline. Barrett S. stories of a listless town and drained livestock. The way the light and shadow obeyed Doris. The smell of earth and iron that followed her. It was not illness. It was vampirism. Not the vulgar kind of storybooks, with fangs and capes, but something far more insidious. A parasitism of the spirit, a consumption of essence. She did not drink blood. She drank the very animation of life, leaving behind a hollow shell. I confronted her that evening in the library. The fire was low, and the room was full of dancing shadows. She was standing by the window, looking out at the moonlit garden. You are in the portrait, I said, my voice trembling. She turned slowly. There was no surprise on her face, only a profound and weary sadness. Yes. What are you? I am a guest, she said, as I have always been. This house, this land, it is a place of power, a quiet place, a good place to rest and to feed. You ray killing Albert. He is old, she said, her voice terribly gentle. His life was a small, flickering candle. I have taken only what he would have lost to time anyway. But you, Kendall, you are a bonfire. I have not taken from you. I have shared. I have opened you up. Can you not feel it? The vitality that courses through you is your own, but amplified. I have shown you what it is to be truly alive. She moved toward me, and I did not retreat. Her words were a poison that felt like nectar. It was true. I had never felt more alive. The fear I felt was sharp and exquisite, a high note in the symphony of my new senses. And the town, I asked. A sip here and there, she shrugged. A bad season. They will recover, or they will not. It is of little consequence. She was close to me now. I could smell the scent of her, that ancient, earthy perfume. I could see the ageless depths in her twilight eyes. She was a monster. She was also the most beautiful, compelling thing I had ever known. She had offered me a world beyond my gilded cage, and the price was the soul of the only family I had left. "Join me, Kendall," she whispered, her voice a hypnotic thread winding around my heart. "This house can be ours. We can leave this place, travel the world. You will never be lonely again. You will never be weak. I can give you eternity. All you have to do is say yes." Her hand rose, and she did not touch my face, but I felt the air between her fingers and my skin grow cold, then hot. It was an invitation to a feast where I would be both guest and main course. I thought of Albert dying alone in his room. I thought of Barrett S.'s worried face. I thought of the cow, drained and white in the field. And I thought of the long, empty years that stretched behind me, the silence of the house before she came. The climax was not a battle. It was a choice. It was the slow, painful turning of my entire being away from the light she offered. A light I now saw was the cold glow of a grave lamp. I had formed a bond with her, intense and profound, but it was a bond between a moth and a flame. To stay was to be consumed, to become a part of her darkness. I took a step back. The connection between us stretched and then snapped. The warmth that had filled me for weeks vanished, replaced by a crushing fatigue. The vibrant colors of the room dulled. I was just Kendall again, small and mortal and afraid. Doris S.'s face did not change. The sadness in her eyes deepened, but there was no anger. It was the look of a being who had seen this choice made 1,000 times before. "I see," she said softly. I did not say another word. I turned and walked out of the library. I did not go to Albert. I knew it was too late for him. I walked through the grand hall, past the portrait of the woman who was and was not Doris, and I opened the heavy front door. The night air was cold and clean, scented with pine and wet earth. It smelled of freedom, and it smelled of loss. I began to walk down the gravel drive. I did not pack a bag. I did not look back. I heard no sound from the house behind me. No plea, no curse. Just the profound, waiting silence of the beast I was leaving behind. The moon was high, casting a silver light on the path ahead. My steps were slow, deliberate. I felt 100 years old. I felt the weight of every memory, every whispered secret, every stolen moment of warmth. I reached the iron gates. They were open, as if expecting me. I stepped through and onto the public road. I did not look back at Blackwater Estate. I knew what I would see. I would see a single light in a top-floor window, a light that pulsed like a heartbeat, a light that watched me go. I walked away from the only home I had ever known, from the darkness that had loved me and the love that would have devoured me. I walked toward the distant, mundane lights of the town, carrying the chill of the house inside me, a cold seed that I knew would never fully thaw. The road was dark and long, was alone, but I was free. And the terror, as I moved farther into the ordinary world, became not a sharp scream, but a blurred memory, a story I would someday tell myself in the quiet hours, wondering if any of it had been real at all. The gravel of the main road felt alien under my thin shoes, a harsh and public texture after a lifetime of soft carpets and worn floorboards. Each step away from the gate was an effort, as if the house itself were a magnet pulling at the iron in my blood. I expected to hear my name called out in that melodic voice, a final summons I wasn't sure I had the strength to resist. But only the sound of my own breathing and the distant hoot of an owl accompanied me. The walk to town took hours. The moonlit world was eerily beautiful, every leaf and stone etched in silver, but its beauty was cold and remote. It held no warmth, no secret whisper. It was just a landscape. My body, which had felt so vibrant and powerful under Doris S. influence, now ached with a deep, bone-weary exhaustion. The rosy health had vanished, leaving me pale and shivering in my inadequate clothes. When the first lights of the town appeared, they were not welcoming. They were small and yellow, ordinary and timid. I reached the outskirts as the sky was beginning to lighten from black to a deep, bruised gray. I saw a light on in the small police station. I had no plan, no story. I simply pushed the door open and stepped inside. The constable, a man named Peters I had seen a handful of times in my life, looked up from his desk. His face registered shock, then a deep, professional concern. I must have been a sight disheveled, coatless, my eyes wide with a shock I could not conceal. "Miss Kendall," he said, rising slowly, "what else happened? Is it Albert?" The sound of his name broke something inside me. The words tumbled out, a chaotic, broken stream. I told him about Doris, about the storm, about Albert S. illness. I did not speak of portraits or vampirism or feeding. I knew how it would sound. I said she was a dangerous woman, that she had manipulated us, that Albert was deathly ill and needed help immediately. I said I feared for his life. Peters listened, his expression growing graver by the minute. He sent his deputy to rouse Dr. Evans and to gather a few men. They would go up to Blackwater Estate at first light. He offered me a chair, a blanket, a cup of tea. I accepted the blanket, wrapping it tightly around my shoulders, but I refused the tea. The thought of any warmth, any comfort, felt like a betrayal. I waited in the stark, brightly lit station as the sky turned pink outside the window. The men assembled, their faces set and serious. They were practical men, farmers and tradesmen, and they looked at me with a mixture of pity and unease. I saw Barrett among them. He met my gaze and gave a slow, grim nod, as if a terrible suspicion had been confirmed. I did not go with them. I could not. Peters arranged for me to stay with the elderly widow who ran the town S boarding house. Her name was Mrs. Peabody, and her small, tidy rooms smelled of lavender and baking. She clucked over me, put me in a clean, spare bedroom, and urged me to sleep. But sleep was impossible. I lay on the narrow bed, staring at the floral pattern on the wallpaper, waiting. They returned just after noon. I heard their heavy footsteps on the porch below, the low murmur of their voices. Peters came up to see me. His face was pale, his manner subdued. "Miss Kendall," he began, sitting heavily in the chair by the bed. "We found Albert. I am sorry. He was gone. I had known he would be." The news landed not as a blow, but as a final, heavy stone settling into place. "And the woman?" I asked, my voice a whisper. Peters shook his head, a deep confusion in his eyes. "There was no one else. We searched the entire house, top to bottom. The guest room in the east wing-it was exactly as UD said. It had been used. The bed was slept in. But there was no sign of her. No luggage, no personal effects. It was as if she'd vanished into thin air." He described the scene. Albert, peaceful in death, but shockingly withered, as if he'd been dead for months, not hours. The house, cold and silent. They had found a cup in his room containing the dregs of a bitter-smelling tea. The doctor took it for examination, though he said it would likely prove inconclusive. There was one thing, Peters added hesitantly. "In the main hall, that big portrait, the one of your ancestor, Serafina, I supplied. Yes, well, when we arrived, it was hanging straight. But while we were there, one of the men pointed it out. The face, it had changed. The smile was gone. The expression was sad, almost like she was crying. It's probably just the light, or the old varnish," he said, clearly trying to convince himself. But it gave the men a start. I said nothing. I knew it was not the light. The official story was that a mysterious con artist had taken advantage of an isolated old man and a sheltered young woman. Albert had died of natural causes, exacerbated by stress. Doris was never found. The case was closed. I inherited Blackwater Estate, but I never returned. I had Mrs. Peabody's lawyer sell it, along with everything in it. The buyer was a distant cousin I had never met, a wealthy industrialist from the city who saw it as a curiosity. I heard he tried to modernize it, but gave up after a year and sold it to a speculator. It passed through several hands, each owner staying only a short while before it was finally abandoned for good. They say it fell into ruin, swallowed by the woods from which Doris had emerged. I stayed in the town. I took a small cottage on the edge of the village and lived a quiet, solitary life. The money from the estate ensured I never wanted for anything material, but the chill I had carried from the house never left me. I was always cold. I avoided deep friendships, wary of the intensity I now knew could hide a terrible hunger. I gardened, I read, I became a familiar, if somewhat distant, figure in the community. Sometimes, on nights when the wind blows from the east, carrying the scent of the distant woods, I feel a pull, a faint, nostalgic ache for that feeling of absolute aliveness. I look at my hands, now lined with age, and remember how they glowed with stolen vitality. And I wonder if she is still out there, in some other quiet place, sharing her dark gift with with another lonely soul. I wonder if she ever thinks of me, the one who walked away. And on the very stillest nights, I sometimes imagine I see a figure standing at the edge of my garden, a silhouette against the moon, with eyes the color of a twilight sky. But it is only a trick of the light, a shadow from a story I never tell. It is just the wind. It is always just the wind. The years folded into one another with a quiet regularity that I learned to cherish. The sharp edges of that time at Blackwater softened, becoming less a wound and more a scar, a permanent record of a choice made. I grew old in my cottage, watching the town change around me. New faces appeared, old ones vanished. Barrett married a girl from the next county and raised a family on his farm. He would tip his hat to me when we passed in the street, his eyes holding a quiet understanding that never needed words. I never married. How could I? The memory of that consuming bond with Doris made any ordinary affection feel like a pale imitation. It was not that I was haunted by a ghost, but by the shadow of a different kind of life, a path not taken. My life was one of gentle solitude, and I convinced myself it was enough. It was on an unremarkable Tuesday in my 73rd year that the letter arrived. The postman, a young man who didn't know my story, handed it to me with a cheerful comment about the weather. The envelope was thick and expensive, the address written in a precise, unfamiliar hand. There was no return address. A coldness, deeper than the usual chill I carried, settled in my bones as I took it inside. I sat at my small kitchen table, the morning sun streaming through the window, and opened it. Inside was a single sheet of the same heavy paper. The message was brief, and it was not written in ink. The words were a faint, brownish crimson, a color that made my heart stutter. Dearest Kendall, the world has grown so loud. I remember the quiet of Blackwater. I remember you. You are the only one who ever walked away. That has always meant something. I am tired. The feast grows thin. Perhaps you were right. It is a lonely thing to be forever. Day. The letter fell from my numb fingers. It was not a threat. It was a confession. It was a goodbye. She was not just somewhere out in the world, she was fading. The invincible creature I had feared was admitting to a fatigue deeper than any I had ever known. The words, "You were right," echoed in the silent room, not as a victory, but as a profound and devastating tragedy. I did not burn the letter. I folded it carefully and placed it in a small wooden box at the back of a drawer. It was a truth too immense to destroy, a secret I would now carry to my own grave. The knowledge settled upon me, heavier than age, heavier than grief. She had remembered me. For all these decades, I had been a footnote in her eternity. That night, I dreamed not of her, but of the portrait of Seraphina. In the dream, the painted face was neither smiling nor sad. It was simply looking outward, its eyes holding a bottomless, weary patience. And as I watched, a single crack appeared in the old canvas, a fine line that ran from the corner of her eye down to her jaw. like a tear finally shed. I woke at dawn, the dream vivid and cold. I rose and went to the window. The garden was still, frosted with an early winter's touch. And there, at the very edge where my tidy lawn met the wild woods, was a single, perfect footprint in the frost. It was small and slender, unmistakably a woman's. It faced the house, as if someone had stood there for a long time, watching. I felt a pull then, not of fear, but of a sorrowful kinship. I had spent a lifetime defining myself as the one who escaped. But reading her letter, I understood that in walking away, I had given her a different kind of prison. I had shown her that the feast was hollow. My freedom had become her sentence. I never saw another sign. The footprint melted with the rising sun. No more letters came, but the quality of my solitude changed. The chill inside me felt less like a remnant of her, and more like a preparation for my own end. I had outlasted a monster. I had lived an entire life, and as my own years draw to a close, I find a strange peace in the silence. I listen to the wind not with dread, but with a question. When it whispers through the pines, it sounds like two words carried on the air from a great and impossible distance. It sounds like thank you. The winter that followed was the hardest of my life. The cold seeped into the cottage walls and into my very marrow. I took to keeping the fireplace burning day and night, a small, defiant war against the chill that had been my constant companion for over 50 years. Mrs. Peabody had long since passed, and the new neighbors were kind, but distant. They saw an old woman, frail and quiet, and they had no idea of the history that sat with me in my small, warm room. I found myself thinking of Albert more than I had in decades. Not the withered shell Doris had left behind, but the man he had been before, kind, awkward, and endlessly patient with a lonely child. I wished I could tell him I was sorry. I wished I could tell him that I finally understood the weight of the silence he had carried in that house. A silence I had mistaken for emptiness, but now recognized as a choice. A holding of a line against a darkness he must have sensed, even if he never gave it a name. The doctor came to see me weekly now. He was a young man new to the town, and he spoke to me with a gentle, condescending patience. He called it a weakness of the heart, this gradual slowing down. He did not understand that my heart had been compromised long before age ever touched it. One afternoon in late February, I was dozing in my chair by the fire when a sound brought me sharply awake. It was not the wind. It was the distinct, crisp snap of a twig outside my window. The room was darkening with the early twilight, and the fire had burned low. I felt no fear, only a weary curiosity. I pulled the shawl tighter around my shoulders and went to the window. The garden was a study in monochrome, all whites and grays. And there, beneath the bare branches of the old oak tree, stood a figure. It was not a shadow or a trick of the light. She was there, as solid as memory, Doris. She wore a dark, simple dress, and her hair was loose, just as it had been that first night. But the terrifying vitality was gone. She looked faded, like a tapestry left too long in the sun. Her beauty was still there, but it was a ghost of itself, etched with an exhaustion that was older than the hills. She did not move toward the house. She simply stood, her eyes meeting mine across the frozen distance. They held no hypnotic power, no promise of dark wonders. They were just eyes, filled with a sadness so profound it seemed to dim the very air around her. She had come. She had finally come. I did not signal to her. I did not open the window. I simply looked at her, and she at me, in a silence that contained all the words we had never spoken. It was an acknowledgement, a reckoning, a farewell. After a long moment, she gave a slow, almost imperceptible nod. Then she turned and walked away, not with her former predatory grace, but with a slow, weary step. She moved into the gathering shadows under the trees and was gone. I watched the space where she had been until the darkness swallowed it completely. I returned to my chair. I did not stir the fire. I let the cold settle around me, and for the first time, it felt familiar, almost comfortable. It was her chill, the essence of what she was, and it no longer felt like an invasion. It felt like a truth I had always known. The doctor found me the next morning. He said I had passed peacefully in my sleep. He told the neighbors it was a blessing, given my age and my weak heart. But I know what happened. The chill inside me and the chill outside had finally reached an equilibrium. The last of her presence had come to collect the only part of her I had ever truly possessed, the memory of that choice and the understanding of its cost. She had taken back her cold, and in doing so, she had let me go. The final silence was not empty. It was complete. The world beyond the cottage window softened, the sharp edges of the fence posts, and the bare branches of the trees blurring into a gentle, welcoming haze. There was no tunnel of light, no chorus of voices from my past. There was only a quiet unraveling, a sense of weight being lifted layer by layer. The constant, gnawing cold that had been my companion for a lifetime simply dissolved, not in a rush of warmth, but in a neutral absence of sensation. It was like a song that had been playing too low to hear had finally stopped, leaving a perfect, peaceful quiet. In that quiet, I felt a final release, not just from my own life, but from hers. The tie was severed. The story was over. I learned later, in the way one learns things in such a state, that the new owner of my cottage found the small wooden box at the back of the drawer. He assumed the folded paper inside was a faded old recipe or a forgotten letter from a relative, and without reading it, consigned it to the fire during his spring cleaning. The last physical evidence of Doris turned to ash and rose up the chimney, scattered on the same wind that now carried nothing more ominous than the scent of rain and turned earth. The town, of course, has its own version of my story. They speak of the reclusive old Miss Kendall who lived in the cottage by the woods, the last of the Blackwater Kendalls, who endured a tragedy in her youth and lived a long, quiet life. It is a good story. It is simple and sad and true enough. They do not speak of the woman with twilight eyes, or the portrait that changed its expression, or the feeling that sometimes, on a still night, the wind sounds like a whisper. Those things have been folded into the landscape, become part of the local lore that is half remembered and never quite believed. And the woods themselves, they remain. They grow thicker every year, reclaiming the old paths that lead to the ruins of Blackwater Estate. Sometimes, hikers or children on a dare report a feeling of being watched, a sudden chill in a sunny clearing, or the fleeting glimpse of a pale face among the deep green shadows. They laugh about it afterward, calling it an overactive imagination. But I know that she is still there, moving through the timeless dark between the trees. The feast has grown thin, as she said it would. The world has grown loud, and in the deepest quiet of the forest, where the sunlight never quite reaches the ground, she is waiting. Not for another victim, not for a companion. She is simply waiting for an end that never comes, a solitary monument to a love that was really a hunger, a life that was really a long, long silence. And sometimes, when the moon is full and the wind is right, if you listen very carefully, you can almost hear it, the soft, endless sigh of a creature who remembers what it was like to be almost human, and the one mortal who looked into the heart of her darkness and chose the light. The light I chose was a quiet one, a small and steady flame compared to the roaring inferno she offered. It was enough. It had to be enough. My story, as I lived it, ended in that cottage with the dissolution of the cold. But stories have roots that dig deep, and endings are often just another kind of beginning seen from a different angle. The ruins of Blackwater Estate, for instance, did not simply crumble into nothing. The forest embraced the stone and mortar, yes, but the house resisted in its own way. The new growth that sprouted in the ballroom was always stunted and pale. Animals avoided the place, especially the east wing, where the guest room had been. Hunters would lose the trail of a deer the moment it crossed onto the overgrown grounds. The locals, the descendants of the men who had gone with Peters to find Albert, still knew better than to go near it after dark. They had their own stories, passed down in whispers, about crooked shadows, and a crying that was just the wind working through a broken window pane, and the portrait of Seraphina. It never left the house. My distant cousin, the industrialist, had tried to have it shipped to the city, but the crate arrived empty. It was found back on the wall of the main hall, the canvas slashed as if by a frantic hand. After that, it was left alone. They say the paint has blistered and peeled away over the decades, but the shape of the face remains, a ghostly impression on the rotting canvas, the expression now impossible to read. As for Doris, I was wrong to think she remained only in those woods. A creature of such hunger cannot be confined. She is a pattern, a recurring echo in the lives of the lonely and the wanting. A few years after my passing, a young man from the town, an artist seeking solitude, moved into a cabin deeper in the forest than anyone had dared to build for generations. He was a quiet soul, intense, and full of a burning need to create something lasting. He stayed for one summer, when he emerged. His paintings had taken on a dark, mesmerizing beauty that made him famous. But his eyes were old, and he never spoke of the woman he said had been his muse. He died young, his body found wasted and cold in his city studio. I see these things from this place of quiet, these ripples from a stone thrown into a pond a lifetime ago. My choice did not break the cycle. It merely added another verse to her long, sad song. But it was a verse of defiance. It was a note of grace. The world turns. The town I knew has a bypass now, and new houses stand where fields once were. The children of the children who once tiptoed past my cottage have no memory of the Kendall name. And that is as it should be. Lives end. Stories fade. But deep in the ancient woods, where the shadows are thickest, something endures. It is not a ghost. It is a presence. It is a hunger that remembers being fed, and a loneliness that remembers, for one brief, terrible, glorious moment, what it was like to be almost loved. And on certain still nights, when the stars are sharp and cold, that loneliness escapes the trees and drifts over the sleeping town. A frost that kisses the windows, and a sigh that blends with the dreams of the innocent. It is a reminder that some doors, once opened, can never be fully closed. The artist's death was reported in a newspaper that no one in my old town would have read. It was a small, tragic obituary that spoke of a brilliant flame extinguished too soon. I saw the photograph they used, a picture taken before his summer in the woods. The light in his eyes was gone, replaced by a hollowed-out look I knew all too well. He had been another course in her endless feast, another soul who had traded his vitality for a taste of the sublime. She was still practicing her art, her dark gift, and the world was still full of lonely people eager to pay her price. Seasons continued to turn over the land. The cottage where I died was sold again, this time to a young family from the city. They painted the walls bright colors and filled the garden with the sound of children's laughter. They knew nothing of the woman who had lived there before, or the cold that had lingered in the stones. One of the children, a girl with a quiet seriousness about her, claimed to have an imaginary friend. She described her as a beautiful lady who wore old-fashioned dresses and whose touch was as cold as ice. The parents smiled indulgently, putting it down to a vivid imagination. They never noticed the single, perfect flower that would sometimes appear on the girl's windowsill on a frosty morning. A bloom that should have been dead for the season. I do not watch these events with sadness or anger anymore. Those are mortal emotions, and I have moved beyond them. My part in the story is done. The peace I found at the end was real. But I have come to understand that peace is not the same as an ending. Doris is a force of nature, as inevitable as decay or the coming of winter. She is a part of the balance of things, a darkness that gives the light its meaning. The new family eventually moved away. The cottage stands empty once more. The garden I tended with such care has grown wild, returning to a state of beautiful neglect. And sometimes, when the moon is a sliver in the sky and the wind is still. A figure can be seen walking through the overgrown paths. She does not stay long. She simply pauses where the rosemary bush once grew, and she touches the petals of a hardy rose that has survived untended. She looks not at the cottage, but through it, as if seeing another place, another time. Then she turns and melts back into the woods, leaving nothing behind but the faint, lingering scent of frost and forgotten things. The story continues. It always continues. The new family that came to the cottage after the city family left was different. They were a quiet couple, historians perhaps, or archivists. They did not paint the walls bright colors. They restored the original woodwork and filled the shelves with books whose spines were cracked with age. They appreciated the silence. The woman, in particular, would often sit in the very chair where I had spent my final years, reading by the window. She had a stillness about her that was not unlike my own. One afternoon, during a rainstorm that rattled the old window panes, she was searching the bottom of a wardrobe for a missing shoe when her hand brushed against a loose floorboard. It shifted with a dry creak. Curiosity piqued. She pried it up. There was no treasure, only a small, empty space filled with dust and the husks of long-dead insects. But nestled in the dust was a single, tarnished silver button. It was nothing special, just a simple button from a man's shirt. But as she held it in her palm, a sudden and inexplicable chill filled the room. The fire in the grate guttered, though no draught could be found. She felt a wave of profound sadness, so acute it brought tears to her eyes. It was not her sadness. It was as if the room itself was weeping, releasing a memory it had held for a century. She dropped the button as if it had burned her. It rolled across the floor and vanished under the heavy bookshelf. She never found it again, and the feeling passed as quickly as it had come. She told her husband about it later, and he, a practical man, blamed a sudden change in atmospheric pressure. But she knew. She had felt the echo of a story she would never know, a grief that was not hers to carry. That night, deep in the woods, Doris stood by the crumbling foundation of Blackwater's east wing. The rain did not touch her. She held her hand out, palm up, and a single drop of water landed in its center. It did not roll away. It sat there, a perfect, trembling sphere. She was not thinking of the artist, or the quiet girl, or even of me. She was remembering the weight of a wool coat on her shoulders, the rough texture of a silver button beneath her fingers, and the brief, human warmth of a man who had looked at her and seen not a monster, but a mystery. It was a memory so faint it was like a ghost of a ghost. The drop of water in her palm slowly turned to ice. She closed her hand, and the ice shattered into 1,000 glittering fragments. The memory was gone, replaced by the familiar, gnawing emptiness. The feast was indeed thin, but sometimes the memory of a single, satisfying meal can sustain a hunger for an eternity. She turned from the ruins and walked deeper into the trees, her form blending with the shadows, becoming one with the endless, whispering night. The historian couple lived in the cottage for many years. They wrote papers and grew old together, their lives a testament to quiet dedication. The woman never forgot the feeling of that silver button. She sometimes caught herself looking out the window at the edge of the woods, not with fear, but with a strange sense of expectation, as if waiting for a figure to emerge and explain the lingering sorrow she had felt that day. But no one ever came. When the woman passed away, her husband cleared out the cottage alone. He was methodical, donating most of their possessions to the local historical society. Among the boxes was a collection of local photographs. One, an old, faded picture of a town picnic from the early 20th century, showed a group of people posing stiffly for the camera. In the background, almost lost to the blur of time, a young man stood slightly apart from the crowd. He was looking not at the camera, but at something or someone just beyond the frame. His face was kind, his expression awkward. The woman had always been drawn to that photograph, though she could never say why. Her husband, packing it away, never noticed the faint, dark shape beside the young man, a smudge on the old film that looked almost like a woman in a wide-brimmed hat, her features indistinguishable. The woods endured. They were designated a protected area, a haven for wildlife. Hikers walked the new, marked trails during the day, but few ventured off the path. The old stories persisted, though they changed with each telling. The lonely creature was now a white lady or a lost Victorian bride. The specifics were wrong, but the essence of the fear remained the same. On a cool autumn evening, a university student camping alone woke to the sound of footsteps circling his tent. They were light, deliberate. He lay frozen in his sleeping bag, his heart hammering, telling himself it was an animal. Then a voice, soft and clear, spoke his name. It was a voice full of an impossible, ancient sweetness. He did not answer. He squeezed his eyes shut and thought of his home, his family, the simple, solid things of his life. After a long moment, the footsteps receded. In the morning, he found a perfect circle of frost around his tent, though the temperature had not dropped below freezing. He packed his gear and never returned. Doris watched him go from the deep shadows of a pine grove. There was no disappointment in her hollow eyes. The attempt was merely a reflex, like a spider checking a web. The thread had been too strong, his attachment to the light too firm. He was not the right kind of lonely, but the attempt itself was a small sustenance. It was a reminder that the world still held souls who could hear her call. The waiting was not passive. It was a patient, eternal hunting. And she had all the time in the world. The trees stood silent witness, their roots sunk deep into the earth that held the memories of all who had come before. The story was not over. It was simply waiting for the next page to turn. The student reported the incident to the park rangers, who logged it with a knowing smile. Another spooked city kid, they said to each other later. But one of them, an older man whose family had lived in the area for generations, did not smile. He walked out to the campsite after the student had left and stood for a long time looking at the circle of dead, frosted grass. He touched the brittle blades with his boot, and a shiver that had nothing to do with the weather traveled down his spine. He knew the old stories, not the sanitized versions for tourists, but the ones his grandmother had whispered by the fire. He knew that some things in these woods were best left undisturbed. He did not file a report. Instead, he went home and held his granddaughter a little tighter that night, listening to the wind sighing through the trees at the edge of his own property. He made a mental note to reinforce the fence. The cottage changed hands once more. It became a holiday rental, a quaint getaway for urbanites seeking a taste of rural simplicity. They would arrive with their laptops and their noise, and for a weekend, the old walls would buzz with an alien energy. They would light the fire, open a bottle of wine, and talk about the charming ambience. They never stayed long enough to feel the silence that settled after they left, a silence that was deeper and more attentive than it should have been. One such couple, a pair of journalists working on a story about forgotten local histories, found a mention of the Blackwater Kendalls in a digital archive of old newspapers. They read about the scandal, the disappearance, the tragic end of the family line. Intrigued, they spent an afternoon in the cottage trying to learn more, but the internet signal was weak, and the trail went cold. The woman, however, felt a peculiar draw to the window that looked out toward the woods. She found it difficult to concentrate on her work, her gaze constantly drifting to the dark line of trees. On their last evening, she dreamed of a grand ballroom filled with music and light. She was dancing with a man whose face she could not see, but she felt an overwhelming sense of dread. She looked down and saw that her hand was not her own. It was the pale, delicate hand of a young woman from another time. When she woke, the dream was already fading, but a single, clear image remained. A silver button, embossed with an intricate pattern, falling through darkness. She dismissed it as a fragment of their historical research, seeping into her subconscious. As they drove away the next morning, she glanced back at the cottage. For a fleeting second, she thought she saw a pale face in the upstairs window, not looking out, but looking down, as if watching something or someone leave. She blinked, and it was gone. Just a trick of the light on the old glass, she told herself. But in the woods, Doris had felt the brief, flickering interest of the journalist. It was a small thing, a spark of curiosity that was not yet hunger. It was not enough. She let it go. The spark would die in the city's noise, as so many others had. She retreated deeper into the cool, patient dark, a whisper waiting for a silence profound enough to be heard. The story continued, not in great dramatic strokes, but in these small, almost imperceptible touches, a brush of cold air, a half-remembered dream, a loneliness that echoed from one generation to the next. The journalist, whose name was Clara, found she could not let the image of the silver button go. It nagged at her during editorial meetings and distracted her on the commute home. The feeling was irrational, a tug on a thread she couldn't see. A month after their weekend at the cottage, she went to the local historical society on her lunch break. She wasn't sure what she was looking for. She asked the archivist, about the Kendall family, but the records were sparse. Just the same dry facts she had already found. Frustrated, she was about to leave when her eyes fell on a box of uncatalogued donations. It was labeled Miscellaneous Estate, Affects Blackwater Area. Inside, nestled in yellowed tissue paper, was a man's smoking jacket, finely made but moth-eaten. Her breath caught. On the cuff were 3 remaining silver buttons, each one intricately embossed with a pattern of oak leaves. It was an exact match for the button from her dream. A cold certainty washed over her. The button she had dreamed of was real, and it had belonged to Albert Kendall. She did not touch the jacket. She left the Historical Society feeling unsettled, the boundary between her research and her dream world unsettlingly thin. That night, she tried to explain it to her partner, Mark, but the words sounded foolish even to her. He suggested she was burning out, that she needed a break from work. She agreed, but the thought of returning to the quiet of the cottage filled her with a strange mixture of dread and longing. Doris, in her endless wandering, felt the faint but persistent signal of Clara's focused curiosity. It was different from the raw loneliness of the artist or the innocent vulnerability of the child. This was an intellectual hunger, a desire to solve a mystery. It was not the sustenance she preferred, but it was a connection, a point of entry. She began to weave a subtle influence through the fabric of Clara's life. A book about Victorian country houses would fall open to a page about architectural follies. A documentary on the television would inexplicably feature a segment on the preservation of old textiles. These were small things, coincidences that could easily be dismissed, but they kept the thread taut. Clara, unaware of the gentle pull, found herself compiling a private file on the Kendalls. It was a hobby, she told herself, a puzzle. She discovered a mention of Albert's military service and tracked down a regimental museum that held some of his letters. She took a day off work to visit. The letters were mostly mundane, but in one, written to a fellow officer, he described a recurring dream of a woman in a gray dress walking in a garden. "She never speaks," he wrote, "but I feel she is trying to show me something. I wake with a profound sense of loss, as if I have forgotten something of immense importance." Reading those words, Clara felt a chill. She was no longer just a journalist following a story. She was an echo, hearing a whisper from a century ago. She bought a postcard from the museum gift shop, a picture of the regiment's old barracks. That evening, as she placed it on her desk, a sudden and intense fatigue overcame her. She fell asleep in her chair and dreamed not of ballrooms, but of a quiet library. A man with a kind, weary face was handing her a book. It was Albert. He didn't speak, but his eyes were full of a silent plea. She took the book, and as her fingers touched the leather cover, she woke with a start. The dream was fading, but the feeling of the book, its weight and texture, remained vivid in her mind. On a whim, she searched online for rare book dealers specializing in 19th century literature. She had no title, no author. It was a futile exercise. Yet, the next day, an email arrived in her inbox from a dealer she had contacted weeks earlier about something else entirely. The subject line was a curious volume you might find interesting. Attached was a photograph of a book bound in dark green leather. There was no title on the spine. Clara felt her pulse quicken. It was the book from her dream. She knew with a certainty that defied logic that this was no coincidence. The thread was pulling tighter. She was no longer just following a story. The story was reaching out for her. She looked out her apartment window at the bright, noisy city, but all she could see was the dark, silent line of trees at the edge of a forgotten cottage garden. The decision was forming in her mind, a dangerous and irresistible compulsion. She would have to go back. The book dealer was located in a nearby city, a place of cobbled streets and old warehouses turned into galleries. Clara made the appointment for Saturday, telling Mark she was going antique hunting. The lie felt heavy on her tongue. The shop was tucked away in a courtyard, its windows dusty. A bell chimed softly as she entered. The air smelled of old paper and beeswax. The dealer was an elderly man with spectacles perched on the end of his nose. He brought the green leather book out from a back room and placed it on a velvet pad on the counter. "A curious item," he said. "No title, no author. The binding is custom. I acquired it from an estate clearance. The previous owner had no information about its provenance." Clara's hands trembled as she reached for it. The leather was smooth and cool. She opened it. The pages were filled with a tight, elegant script. It was a diary. The first entry was dated April 12th, 1887. The name at the top of the page made her breath catch. Albert Kendall. She read the first few lines. It described a walk through the woods, the discovery of a wild orchid, a feeling of peace. It was ordinary, beautifully written. She flipped toward the middle, her eyes scanning the pages. The entries grew longer, more introspective. And then she found it. An entry from late autumn. I have seen her again. The woman in gray. She was standing by the old oak where the path divides. This time, she did not fade away. She looked at me. Her eyes are the color of a winter sky moments before the snow falls. I know I should be afraid. The stories about Blackwater are not for children. But in her gaze, I saw not a threat, but a profound loneliness that mirrors my own. She lifted a hand, as if in greeting, or perhaps a warning. I do not know which. I only know that I must go back. Clara looked up, her heart pounding. The dealer was watching her with a quiet intensity. "It speaks to you," he said. Not a question, but a statement. "How much?" Clara asked, her voice a whisper. He named a price that was far beyond what she could afford. She must have looked crestfallen, because he smiled a faint, sad smile. "Some books," he said, "are not meant to be sold. They are meant to be found. Take it. Consider it a loan. I have a feeling it belongs with you for now." She left the shop clutching the diary to her chest, a sense of unreality washing over her. She drove home in a daze, the city noise a dull roar outside the car windows. That night, she began to read in earnest. Albert S. words painted a picture of a sensitive, isolated man being slowly drawn into a mystery he could not comprehend. He wrote of fleeting encounters, of a connection that felt both destined and doomed. Doris was never named, but her presence was in every shadow, every rustle of leaves. Clara read until her eyes grew heavy. She fell asleep with the diary on her bedside table. She dreamed she was in the woods, following a path of moonlight. Albert walked ahead of her, his figure faint and translucent. He led her to a clearing where the ruins of Blackwater's east wing stood silhouetted against the night sky. Doris was there, waiting. She was not the monstrous figure of legend, but as Albert had described her, a woman of ethereal beauty and bottomless sorrow. She looked at Clara, and for the first time she spoke. Her voice was the sound of wind through barren branches. "You have the book," she said. "Now you must understand the price of the story." Clara woke with a gasp. The room was cold. The diary was lying open on the floor, though she was certain she had left it on the table. The pages were open to the final entry. The handwriting was frantic, a mess of ink blots and trembling script. "She has shown me the truth. It is not a haunting. It is a hunger. And I am the feast. My fascination was the lure, my loneliness the bait. I see it now. I see her, truly. The beauty was a mask for the void. I am not afraid for myself. I am afraid for the silence that will follow. Who will remember her when I am gone? Who will remember me?" The entry ended there. Clara sat in the pre-dawn gloom, the words searing themselves into her mind. She finally understood. Doris was not just a predator of the lonely. She was a prisoner of her own nature, trapped in a cycle of attracting and consuming, forever needing a witness to her existence. Albert had not been merely a victim. He had been a participant, a willing captive to a tragic allure. Clara knew what she had to do. It was no longer about curiosity or a journalist's pursuit of a story. It was about closure. She had to go back to the cottage one last time. She had to take the diary to the place where it was written. She needed to see if the echo of Albert's story could finally be laid to rest, or if she was simply walking into the same trap, a new thread being drawn into the old, endless pattern. The sun began to rise, filling her apartment with a light that felt strangely inadequate. The pull of the woods was stronger than ever. The cottage was available for rent the following weekend. Clara booked it without telling Mark. She invented a last-minute assignment, a feature on remote working that required solitude. He was skeptical, but accepted her explanation. The distance between them, which had started as a minor crack with her first visit, now felt like a chasm. She packed a small bag, placing the green diary at the very bottom, wrapped in a sweater. The journey felt different this time. The familiar city landmarks gave way to the winding country roads with a sense of grim inevitability. The vibrant autumn colors of her previous visit had faded to the dull browns and grays of late fall. The trees were skeletal against a leaden sky. When she arrived at the cottage, the key was under the same flower pot. The air inside was cold and still, smelling of damp wood and ashes. She built a fire in the hearth, the crackling flames doing little to dispel the deep chill that seemed to emanate from the very walls. She unpacked the diary and placed it on the rough wooden table. It seemed to hum with a quiet energy. She made tea but could not drink it. Her nerves were stretched taut. The silence was different now. It was not an absence of sound, but a presence. It was listening. As dusk began to fall, she felt a compulsion to go outside. She pulled on her coat and walked to the edge of the garden, where the lawn met the dark wall of the woods. The air was perfectly still. No birds sang. She stood there for a long time, the diary heavy in her coat pocket. She half expected to see the woman in gray, but there was nothing. Only the deepening shadows between the trees. Then a sound. It was not footsteps. It was softer, like the gentle rustle of silk. It came from just inside the tree line. Clara's breath plumed in the cold air. She knew she should be afraid. Albert's final words screamed a warning in her mind. But a deeper, more compelling emotion took hold, a profound and aching pity. "Hello," she called out, her voice small against the immense quiet. The rustling stopped. A figure detached itself from the gloom. It was Doris. She was exactly as Clara had seen her in the dream, her form shimmering with a faint, internal light. Her face was not monstrous, but heartbreakingly beautiful, and filled with a sorrow so ancient it seemed to bend the light around her. She did not speak, but her winter sky eyes held Clara's, and a flood of images filled Clara's mind. Not of terror, but of memory. A young woman walking in a sun-drenched garden. A laugh cut short. A feeling of betrayal so sharp it could fracture a soul. The long, cold centuries of waiting. The desperate, hungry need for connection. Any connection. To stave off the ultimate silence of oblivion. Clara understood. Doris was not offering a threat. She was offering her story. The true story. The one that had been twisted into a ghost tale. The hunger was real, but it was born of this. A desperate need to be remembered, to be seen as she truly was, not as a monster. Trembling, Clara took the diary from her pocket. She held it out. "I have it," she whispered. "I read it. I see you." Doris's form seemed to solidify. A single, crystalline tear traced a path down her pale cheek. She stretched out a hand, not toward Clara, but toward the book. Her fingers passed through the leather cover, and as they did, the diary grew warm in Clara's grasp. The frantic script on the final page began to glow with a soft, golden light. The ink seemed to shift and rearrange itself. The last, desperate question, "Who will remember me?" softened, the letters reforming into a single, new word. Peace. A sigh seemed to move through the woods, a release of breath held for 100 years. The figure of Doris began to fade, her form dissolving into a shower of faint, silver motes that drifted upward like fireflies and vanished into the twilight. The oppressive silence lifted. In the distance, Clara heard the normal, comforting sound of an owl calling. She stood alone in the growing dark, the diary now cool and ordinary in her hand. The woods were just woods again. The story was over. She walked back to the cottage, her steps light. She knew she would never write an article about this. Some stories were not for publication. They were for healing. She built up the fire and slept a deep, dreamless sleep for the first time in months. When she left in the morning, she placed the diary back in its box on the table. It was no longer hers to keep. It was part of the cottage now, a quiet testament to a story that had finally reached its end. As she drove away, she didn't look back. There was nothing left to see. The waiting was over.